here in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, into Cornelia. I'm going to try just to blast Garland. I want to see if this works. I've got 8 total spell charges between the 4 Black Mages. We have to get to Garland to be successful at this, but I want to try and see what happens. So go ahead and get fire spells for everybody. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 fire spells. We have no weapons, we have no armor, we have no cash. All we have is lots and lots of fire. Let's give it a go. Hey, Ringing Steel, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. If this doesn't work, then I'll actually take my time to get an additional level up before doing Garland. If I have 12 casts, then I'm pretty much set for doing it. There go our imps. That's our only chance at 5 imps at a chance to strike first, but I feel like it's worth the gamble. We're going to see if we can make this work out. We're not going to get the ghoul fight, and we're just going to go for it. Aw, man, striking first, that's not good. Do not hit ace again, please. Dan cannot run. Bill is dead. Probably not going to make it. So this is now 6 fire 2s I have to work with. Give him a try, at least. We'll give him a try. Is this faster than White Mages? It should be around the same time. Ooh, we might do enough damage here. Might do enough. We got 60 so far. 82. Actually, this is actually working out much better than I thought. Maybe we could have killed the ghoul as well if he hadn't ambushed me. Dan is dead. 97. Uh-oh, this is going to be close. Ace, good hit there. Yes. All right, Garland has gone down sub 2 minutes. Because I didn't have to spend all that time putting armor on. Saved me so much. And there we go. Our first boss is down. Final time prediction. I think it's going to be somewhere around 12 hours. I'm planning to do 6 or so hours today. Somewhere between like 5.5 and 6 hours is when I will stop for the day. And then we'll pick it up tomorrow, hopefully for finishing it in 2 goes here. Yeah, offensive magic is going to be how we power through pretty much this entire first stretch. It's going to be pretty effective at grinding through monsters, but then they're going to hit a wall really fast. Just no survivability. Let's see the party in this order. And we'll stick with just fire spells here because I need to get some other stuff, such as some knives. Go ahead and get some small knives for the team. I usually don't get cloth armor, but I think in this case, it may actually benefit us. I'm going to get 4 sets of that. We get 4 cat claws. I think what I will do is probably get cat claws or just nuke my way through the fiends the first time, grab the Masmian and warp out so that we can set this up for going through the Temple of Fiends twice. First time for pretty much getting all of the prep work out of the way, and the second time with Masmian we'll save a lot of spell charges. Let me go ahead and put the gear on first before I save, just in case we have to do this walk again. Set the Garland record. It may be pretty close to what your fastest possible Garland time would be like. I think it'd be tough to really beat that Garland time overall with any other character class. You could do it with 4 red mages. They might actually survive the fights a little bit better. So if we had not died on the ghoul, we'd probably have saved a couple seconds. Alright, come on, just run. Gotta run through these. There we go. Good fast one there. Hey, Nister, welcome in. And Greenleaf, welcome in as well. Apologize if I missed anybody coming in while I was doing the Garland trip. You were also welcome in. and I hope you're all having a wonderful evening here tonight. So much damage. I don't have any money to revive, but there we go, we got through it. Gonna try to skip over this creep fight coming up. Let's go ahead and just drop the tent here. If I don't get a good battle, I will reset and then run away that way. Hey, Dan gets out of there. Excellent. That means I can go ahead and stay on my ogre pace. Get that first ogre out of the gate. See, that's what, 5 battles in from power on? And we don't have any cash. Let's not worry about that and just take on these pirates. So we have probably enough health to do this. I'll make sure that we don't have any misses, so we're going to be using spells almost the whole time. And by the whole time, I mean really the whole time. Thankful for classes other than Thief. I am also thankful that we are not playing 4 Thieves. I think if I did class change, so we had 4 ninjas instead of 4 Thieves at the end, probably would save about 2 to 3 hours of grinding. And also make it way less terrifying. But the overall time, I think, would still be slower than any other character class. Ace went down. Now, if you're having trouble with this battle, you can also get the sleep spell, which is going to be pretty effective against the pirates. There's only one battle, really, where sleep is at all useful, and it's probably this one right here. Okay, you guys are out of fires, so you're just going to go ahead and punch. Dan punches unsuccessfully. There's going to be no class change. This is going to be with class change. We're going to get Black Wizards by the end of this. Thief was the only one that I did not do class change on, just because you might as well make it as difficult as possible. Alright, there we go. Level 2 on the team. So I don't really have that much money to work with. 365, yeah, we're going to have to spend most of that on getting our revival and in trip here. I do want to get money for ice spells. Those will vastly speed up the level up process once we have ice 1 to work with on these ogres. Alright. Well, I guess Dan and Cal are my 2 best Black Mages for each. We got 51, 51, 46, and 46. So we basically rolled 2 at the high, 2 at the low for our HP ups. And here we go. It is the beginning of ogre time. We're going to be getting a lot of ogres here. A lot of ogres. Is this a Black Friday Black Mage challenge? It is, T Murdoch. That was the idea. I did this a couple years ago with Black Belts and Black Mages for Black Friday. This is the pure Black Mage variation of that. There we go. Ogre down. Alright, do I think I can take another ogre fight? I don't think I want to try, so we're going to go into town here, get our health recovered. I'm actually losing a big chunk of my gold each time by taking these in trips, but it is definitely worth it. Hey, Audrey Winter, welcome in. You are not too late. You are about 8 minutes into a 12-hour adventure here. Hopefully not all 12 hours in one day. We'll take our time on this because I'm not gonna worry about single segmenting it, since it's almost certainly gonna be too fatiguing for me to go in one go. Might as well just have a good adventure and enjoy the process. Getting some good fire rolls here. 10 to 40 is your fire damage range. Excellent. Everybody's staying alive. Now, if I could get all the way to the west, I'd be able to get another couple of ogre fights here, but this is not well set up for that. So I'm going to try to get the first ice spill here, start working on getting cash as my big priority. I don't have lit 1 spells because we didn't have the money for those, so those are going to be something that's going to make it much harder to do the aquatic battle. So I'm going to just try ogres for a little while. See who's got 2 spell charges right now. So everybody except for Ace. Let's give Ice 1 to Bill. Hey, Extreme, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening tonight. And Laser Lance, welcome in. I'm not going to try to do this tonight, Laser. It is going to be 2 nights. 1 by sea. 1 by land. One by sea again. I realize I should probably have a tent for doing this, so I can get my HP recovered. So let's see, can I afford tents? I can afford 1 tent. The problem with Peninsula Power is just it's going to take me a while to be able to effectively go there. And then also, I'm going to need to get a whole lot more levels there. The late game grind is not going to be nearly as effective. You know, you don't have a good monster mashup that you can really deal with using Black Mages. You just have so few spell charges. It's very similar to the White Mages in that regard. And by the time the White Mages are doing that grind, you know, you're looking at having the Thor Hammer and Zeus Scotland and Mage Staff and all that. So they already have pretty much the same offensive output as the Black Mages are going to have. Nice, there's another solo ogre. We've got nothing but solo ogres, which has actually been helpful. Keeping me alive during these fights. Hey, White Zephyr, what does NCC stand for? No class change. So the other character classes I've been doing class change on, and Thieves I did not, just because that was already the most challenging. You might as well go for maximum difficulty. Alright, 2 ogres is our first double ogre encounter. Let's see if I can make it through this without too many people dying. Was there class change in Black Belt? No. But Black Belt, I don't think there's anything special about claiming no class change, because you wouldn't want to class change him anyway. For those that don't know, Black Belts actually get slower stat growth after class changing. So they would have really no purpose for doing a class change when you have got 4 of them. Alright, Bill's got my last Fire 1 spells. We're going to get another Ice 1 spell pretty soon, which is going to help out quite a lot. Surprised by the misses on the ogres. So the thing that's going on is we have no armor. And so we have no weight penalty being applied to these Black Mages right now. So they're actually going to be much better at dodging than normal characters that you would see through here. However, if they do get hit, and they'll get hit still pretty frequently, they're going to get absolutely just creamed by any physical attacks. Alright, there's our second ice spell, so now we're going to go a little bit faster on those. Speaking of faster, does this have upgraded knives? I think the Provoca shop is the one that's got the larger ones. Nope. Might be Elfland then. I don't remember where the large daggers were. Not that it makes a huge difference on these guys. It's going to be almost exclusively spells. But just in case we have to knife something, I want to know where to go. I can get 2 tents this time. Go a little bit further into the ogre cycle. Could actually keep this one going, I think. It's not too far off from where I'd want to be in terms of combat output. Like, I could probably get... I wouldn't want to get the Groger, I think. I think that would be a little bit too scary right now, but the regular ogre should go well. So double there. We're gonna ice. I think one ice spell is enough to take him down. We got 4 in total. So I should be able to last 2 ogre fights, hopefully. Oh yeah, those ice spells are good. Good ice spells. Hey, Zelsai, welcome in. It is a very squishy party indeed. We are going to be almost certainly beaten to a pulp on numerous occasions. There we go, perfect 100 on that ogre damage. Down. I want to be up here for the next one. We're dodging the Groger by going up 1 row. Cal taking a hit. Let's try to save Cal's spell charge here. You've got ice to work with. And I guess you can use the fire. This works out. Decent roll on ice. Oh, that's not decent. Indecent roll on ice. What time do I expect? Somewhere between White Mage and the Thief time. Hey, Dax Belmont, welcome in. I think we're doing pretty good for the start. I think this has been decent overall in these first couple of battles here. Nice, that's level 4. That's going to give me a little bit more breathing room for HP once the other mages finish leveling up. One more ogre over here. Okay, you are out of fires. You have no ices, but you've got 1 ice, so there we go. Yeah, I think this is going to be probably around 12 hours. It depends a lot on how a couple of key areas go, because you'll have a really tough time at like Temple of Fiends and a couple of the late boss dungeons where, remember, any deaths are very, very tough to overcome. This party's got no revival, and they've got no healing. So unlike the white mages, who are just like infinitely durable, the black mages have to get lucky on a lot of fights to be able to survive things. How do I choose a tank character? It's just rotating between everybody that has not died yet. And sometimes I'll rotate between HP amounts as well. So what we are doing is basically evening out the characters so that nobody gets too far ahead or behind on growth. I think 3 tents should do it for right now. Let me actually get 4 tents, because then we can do 2 loops around. There we go. Almost got all my ice spells. I went to start saving up for Fire 2 after that. I'm going to get Fire 2 as quickly as possible, but I will probably not have enough money when I first get level 5. This is the downside of these black mages. They're really expensive to outfit. Do I expect anybody to be level 50? It's an interesting question how even I want to distribute these guys. I'm thinking about having 3 black mages that I level up more, and then the 4th one actually is under-leveled. Because I'm going to have to pretty much keep him petrified the whole time through Temple of Fiends. Without a ribbon, I don't think the 4th black mage is going to survive very well. So I don't know if there's a good distribution I can do for offense. I might have to reset this one and try again. Cal dies, so I'm going to just go do the setup again for the walkover here. Alright, still alive. Still alive right now. Hey, everybody's good. When you get your last level 8 cast, I don't know if I need to max those out. Especially for the very, very end game. What I'm going to be trying to do is to be there with a Mazmune for the whole trip down. So I'm going to go grab the Mazmune, warp all the way back out, so I can use as many spell charges as I want on the first trip through. And then what I'll do after that is just focus on trying to go through the second time using way less resources. Because once you've got the Mazmune and you've got fasts, you're going to have unlimited fasts with this party. You'll be able to take out the couple of early fiends much, much more easily. Who's got an extra fire 2? Or fire 1 I can play with? I think you. A little bit short of killing this ogre here. Oh, that 12 was a bad roll. Bad roll on the fire 1. So much damage on Dan. So much damage on Dan. Please don't kill my Dan. I kind of need him for things. Alright, Dan's still alive. Dan is still alive. We can rotate everybody around again. Make sure that Dan is at least in a less vulnerable position. Have we ever had all 4 characters the same in randomizer? No, but I think we've had 3 characters the same a couple of different times. 3 characters the same seems to actually be not too uncommon. I mean, it's not like super common, but at the same time, I've seen it probably like 3 or 4 times now. Didn't get the kill there. This will probably be the last one before we have to go in, so let's see, what can we do? You're going to attack. You got a fire left. You got a nice left. I think you got a nice left. Alright, we'll double ice and then we got one more fire to go. There we go. If I'd been on the right-hand side, I probably could have gotten a little bit better position for the return trip. See if we could grab the single ogre after this. There we go, we got it. Come on, have enough steps, have enough steps. There we go. We're okay, we can get maybe 2 more ogres here. How are we doing on spells? I think we got, yeah, Cal's the last one to get the ice spell. And now we're starting to save up for our fire 2s. We need 1,500 per fire 2. But once we have those, oh man, it is going to get so much better for damage. We can start trying to take on Peninsula Power as well. I probably will see if I can get level 6 before doing Peninsula Power. Just so that way I've got 2 spell charges for each of the Black Mages. It'll go much, much easier for my trips up there that way. Pretty good spot for this. So we're going to take a couple fires here, a couple ices. Away we go. I think the interesting parts about this is just going to be like figuring out how to survive some of the dungeons. I'll be over-leveled as my strategy for the early dungeons in the game. You know, just go like all out in terms of what I can do for grinding beforehand, so we're a couple levels above what the normal routes would have. But once you get to the late game dungeons, that's not going to work. Like, you're just going to not have the ability to continue to press that advantage too much. And so that'll be interesting to figure out what we can do there. Let's go for lots of ice spells here. This is a pretty dangerous start. So we got 42 on bottom ogre here so far. 56, that's good. We need 44 on top ogre to finish him off. On top ogre go down. There we go. Now everybody can just chip in fires. Whew. Excellent. Even distribution of damage for the most part on my characters. Just what I want to see on those. There we go. Another pair of ogres down. These are such terrifying fights. Just because you have like no defense whatsoever. very, very tough to deal with the battles this way. But I'm going to skip this fight. I'm going to reorder the party again after I do the encounter skip. This is just wolves, so there's no good fights here I can take. Now I want to reorder everybody. Probably not going to be able to get both of these ogre fights, judging by the resources that we have left. We'll give it a try. Double ice up there. Fire and ice down here. Leaves me one ice spell to work with. I might have just wanted to quadruple ice this round. Go all out on the ice spells. Hey, Maelstrom, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Excellent. Nobody dead yet. Except for the ogres. The ogres are pretty dead. Yeah, just a handful of fire spells left. If I can get one more ogre fight, I'll take it. Should have enough fire spells to make this last one work out. And if I can't take this, then I'll take the iguana fight instead on the way back. Hey, Droth, welcome in. Hope you have a good evening here tonight as we do our 4 Black Mage challenge. Excellent, we got the single ogre. Was hoping to see that given our low resources remaining. Is ice stronger than fire? Yes. So fire is going to be doing a much lower maximum than ice will. Ice will cap out at 80, and fire will cap out at 40 on these guys. So there is a pretty significant difference in terms of the damage output. That's why I use Ice 1 a lot on ogres as well, in just the regular speedruns. What is the grind goal here? So we want to get level 5 to get access to 3rd tier spell charges, and then we want to get Fire 2s for everybody in the party. Fire 2 will be what we can use to grind at Peninsula Power with, and after do Peninsula Power, then Marsh Cave, and Astos, and Earth Cave, and Ordeals, and probably even Ice Cave will all go down pretty fast. At least much faster than this stretch of the game. Well, this is going to be a very sluggish grind until we get ready to be able to take those things on. Hey, Neelis, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Thanksgiving here today. Alright, so we do need a couple more tents here. When is fleeing guaranteed? Never. You will never be 100% successful at running. But like all other character classes, around level 15 or so, you're going to get a pretty good chance of running from slots 1 and 2. About a 50% chance of running from slot 3. And you'll never get good at running from slot 4. It'll always be about 10% for the entire game. But a little bit lower right now. It'll be 10% once we get a little bit more levels in. You almost have enough money to buy 1 Fire 2 spell. By the time I hit level 5, I'll be able to afford 1. And then that will help me get the money for the rest of them much faster. Two and 3. I mean, maybe I could take the Kaizaku fights. Grind on some Kaizakus to get the early game cash. We need more experience right now than money, so I've been focusing on that. Experience gets me spell slots, which in turn lets me cast more and more spells. A nice chance to strike first here, so I probably will not be as aggressive on the ices, but still go pretty hard in there. Notice that Cow got his level up, so now we have a 3rd ice charge on him. Hey, Sweet Twos, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight, and hope you're ready for some Black Mages, because we're going to have a lot of Black Mage grind festivals going on. Nice, there we go. Alright, so we should start seeing a little bit better HP on everybody else soon. Yep, I think we got one more person. Yeah, Ace is... I want to say Ace is the one that is behind on XP. Do I do it this side? Ooh, there's that ambush again. Don't want these ambushes. Oh, so much damage. So much damage coming up there. So I'm going to have to probably be extra aggressive going after these ogres here. No, Cal died. Alright, well, Cal was ahead on XP, so he's just now catching up to the rest of the party. That means we have to go ahead and hit back the town anyway. I think this still works out for the walking path, because I got decently far over to the right before this encounter took place. On the first step, thank you much for resubscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the shows, and I hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Thanks again for the support. And Vagabond, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. General strat just to have enough HP and DPS. That's pretty much all you can hope for at this point in the game. I mean, even late game, you're going to have a pretty tough time with a lot of these. I only have 2,000. I should have waited for this grind before doing the trip to Elfland. Let me get to up to 3,000, so I can at least get 2 Fire 2s in one go. Well, I grind at the eye. I'm thinking about grinding at the eye, actually, because you're not going to be able to grind Agamas. Like, they just have too much health. Whereas the eye, if you have everybody with pro rings, then you could conceivably do an eye grind, and you'd have the warp spells to escape afterwards. So I think that potentially an eye grind works better here in these circumstances than it does in most other situations. Like the normal party doesn't want to go back to Ice Cave ever. But this party's just so weak at physical attacks that you either do an eye grind or you try for Waterfall really early. There's going to be, either way, a different grind spot required. Man, these fire spells not cutting the mustard. Should have gotten the fiery hot mustard. Just need to take some more ogre down. Cal's still doing okay for XP, so I think we have not had too much separation yet for anybody in the party. This time I can do it over on this side. Okay, double ogre, but it is first strike. So I think this works out. This is now 2,800 gold that I have. I need 2 more ogres to do my in-trips and then also to get the 2 Fire 2 spells I'm looking for. There are 2 pro capes? Yes, there are 2 pro capes in the game. One's in Temple of Fiends Revisited, all the way down Carrier's Floor. The other one is in Sky Castle. So it's a little bit easier to access, but they're both very, very late in terms of when you can grab them. Other than that, the rest of the armor is Opal, Gold, Black Shirt. You want to get the Black Shirt for getting the elemental defense for the person that doesn't have the ribbon. Three ribbons, so you do have some armor slots available, and then 4 pro rings and 2 pro capes. So you're gonna have in total what, 3 slots open. So you're gonna be able to carry the white shirt, the Zeus gauntlet, and is there anything else that I would want to carry around? That might be it for armor slots. We might actually have 1 free one. No, Dan. Well, at least he got his fire spell off. So Dan is going to be losing out on some XP here. Everybody's going to cycle around again. Feeling like we could maybe take the Groger now. Groger is still going to be scary. But you might as well give it a crack, because it's going to be the first one out of the town here. We're doing some ogre battling competitions. I think once we could survive the fights. Survival is like my #1 priority. Then ogre battling will be #2. Hey, Disco Superfly, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight, and I hope you're ready for some Black Mage adventures. Gonna try the Groger. Groger is scary. Groger's very scary. Hopefully regular ogres go down quickly. And hopefully get a lot of dodges then. Dodging is going to be critical here. We got 32 on that first ogre. Need to do better than that. 72, that'll work. Should be able to double ice him. We need a 68. We wasted that really good 78 right there. 72! Alright, we still did it. Still did it. How many Agamas is a Groger? Not very much, unfortunately. All of these monsters are pretty bad in terms of fractions of an Agama, but that was a good fight. Overall, that was a quarter Agama right there for doing all of that together. How long is this going to take? I'm going to do 5.5 to 6 hours tonight. And then I think it'll be 2 nights of that amount of time overall. So I'm guessing around 12 hours for the total playthrough. Hey, Baron Von Bowser, welcome in. And I hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Well, we didn't use any of our Fire 1 spells because we got lots and lots of double ogres here. With these ice spells, it's just so much more efficient to do the ogres that way because it is like half as many attacks to kill them. And now, we got some cash. Let's go ahead, try to get our Fire 2 spells here. What does NCC stand for? No class change. We did Thieves without converting to Ninjas. So that was a pretty big advantage overall to class change, and we did not use it. I'm going to grab the money in Dwarf Cave? Yes, I'm going to go over there, try to grab the money really quickly here. I was hoping for a better Kaizuki fight. Let's try that again. Five, at least neutral start. I think we can make this work. We can make this work out. Yeah, I figured with Thieves, because it's already so difficult, you might as well just go all out and make it as hard as possible. Sure. Just in case we need that extra fire spell. I think these will all die here. This is 600 gold that I get for the Kaizuki fight. Now that I've got my level 5 on everybody, I am trying to focus a little bit more on gold here temporarily so that we can get all the spells that we want. So I want to get 4 lit ones, that's 400. Then we'll go ahead and take an in trip, so there's now 430 that we've used up. Maybe get another 10, so that's 500, and then we'll still have all the money that I need with the trip to Dwarf Cave to get 3 of the Fire 2s, and that'll let me probably do a couple of fights around Elfland, like the Ogre Creep fights with Fire 2, super fast, and the creeps are basically free at that point. Yeah, the thing about Agamas is that they are pretty much the ideal grind monster for speedruns. And so almost every speedrun category of this game that you'll see involves like 20 to 35 Agama fights. So they're actually the most common monster in the entire game, even though normally they're quite rare if you're just doing the game casually. Hey, Una Squid, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening there. I want to get 2 tents. So that's now 5,200. I think we can maybe squeeze out maybe squeeze out what we were looking for by the time that we finish this up. I'd like to get all the Fire 2s at once, and then start working on level 6 at that point. And that's why Elfland is where I'm going to switch to next, because the creeps, normally you don't want the creeps, but with Fire 2s, the creeps will give you almost a bonus ogre for a lot of those, and you'll be able to one-round a lot of the battles. We'll start with these. Maybe you should have just stuck around for the other Kaizoku fight on the boat. Kaizokus are a very, very old manipulation. People notice that the first battle after Power On, when you started playing the game, if you had the boat and you sailed out right away, within a couple steps you get this Kaizoku fight, and it's worth a lot of cash. And that was where the origins of step manipulation and all the routing came from. It's just that one observation, that Kaizokus were just uncommonly unexpected whenever you started the game up. And it turned into a whole bunch of investigation later about how the encounters actually work over time. Is a creep equal to an ogre? No, a creep is 1/3 of an ogre, but they are weak to fire. So, unlike the ogres, where I'm going to have to throw extra spells at them in order to guarantee the kills, the creeps I can pretty much fire to and forget. And so, that'll let me do the Elfland ogre creep battles really fast. Asp we actually don't want. Let's just try to kill him quickly. So we don't have any pure potions here, so I'm hopefully not going to get poisoned. Hopeful, cross your fingers on this one. Okay, we made it. Hey, what can I just... Yeah, Ogre Battle is a really great game. I recommend most of the games in the Ogre Battle series. Probably my favorite is the Super Nintendo one, Ogre Battle March of the Dark Queen. But pretty much all of the first couple of generations I would highly recommend overall. They're kind of pricey. So if you actually want the cartridges or the discs, they're sometimes hard to find for reasonable costs. Hey, Vicarian, welcome in. There's our first level 6. Level 6 gets me a second Fire 2 per round. So those are going to be pretty good to have. And I don't think we have enough money yet. But I'll be able to get a pretty good amount from early Elfland in order to pick up my last Fire 2 there. Okay, level 6 on Ace. That's 2 people with level 6, 3 people with level 6. Dan, are you missing out on 6? Yeah, Dan's missing out by 19. We'll see if we can get an overland battle for him. Let's get the Fire 2s, then get the overland battle. Dan won't have the Fire 2 anyway, because we won't have the money for it. Fire 2, and Fire 2. Alright. Initial round of Fire 2 purchases out of the way. Alright, and let's see. We want to go... Because we're looking for cash... Actually, I can do this. We'll do the normal sequence out here. The first 3 battles are all ogre creep type things. So we can throw Fire 2, and we got some ice spells as a backup on our ogre. And we're just trying to one-round these fights, so we'll have a pretty good distribution of damage quickly. Of course, waste all my ice spells, but we have many copies of those. Can I use Zombies right now? Pretty close to it. I would like to get 1,500 gold for my last Fire 2, and then ideally 3,000 for a house before I go over there for the first time. Hey, Canadian. Does my voice get tired? I mean, certainly if you talk too much, you will get tired. But over the years, you build up more and more endurance for doing this. So, like, when I first started, I would do streams that were like 2 2.5 hours long, and that would be like the extent that I could go. And within a year, like 3.5 hours was comfortable, and now I can do 5.5 hours and not really feel any strain. One more creep fight here. Ooh, that's a lot of them. So you got a fire 2 to work with. You got plenty of fire 2s. Let's just blast. We are going to annihilate these things. And come back out for our next set of battles here, which is going to be getting ogre, groger. Creep, 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 creep. And so I'm going to have a lot more restraint on some of those. Trying to think what my longest stream has been. I think that the opening night stream I did for Dragon Quest Heroes was like 15 or 16 hours, and that was single sitting to beat the game on its release day. Pretty sure that's the longest stream I've done. The Final Fantasy mini marathon was only like 12.5 hours. I was taking breaks in both of those because you want to be able to survive when you're doing streams that long. Okay, let's go for the ice spells here. So Fire 1 and Lit 1 I'm now just going to use as filler spells once we have our main damage out of the way. Maybe I should do a single Fire 2 for these double ogre combos to help out. Should still have enough with the total number of mage cast that I got. Yeah, let's see how that looks. Oops. 1 Fire 2. You two can spread the fires around. It is important to take breaks if you're doing long streams. I don't usually take breaks unless I'm doing, 5 hours plus for streams in general. Alright, another double ogre. Alright, so you have your Fire 2 still left. Let's have Dan do a Fire 2. It's his time to shine. Get some Fire 2 love in for the Danster. Oh yeah, good damage there. Do I ever use a camera? Nope. I don't think I've never done a camera at home. I do use the cameras on marathons, of course, because when you're doing a live marathon, they're already going to have everything set up, but I don't bother with it for my home stream. Ogre Groger, you say? Alright, so we're going to have ice spells for you. Maybe 1 ice down there. And then the Ogre Creep fight shouldn't need ice spells. I'll use Fire 1 and then Lit 1s as appropriate to fill out the rest of the Ogre damage. How did bingo turn out last night? It was really good. The second bingo was a faster than usual one, so we didn't get to build up as many guesses. But the bingo system itself worked just fine. I was really happy with how it turned out. I think we will be pretty close to having enough money for our house here at the end of this. We'll see how it goes overall. I got 3 more Ogre Creep fights left to go. Level 7, I don't know if that actually helps me all that much. But whatever XP that I can claw through here, I might as well grab it now before doing Peninsula Power. We'll be at Peninsula Power for a while. Several trips up there. Because I'm not going to be able to afford enough houses at the start. But once we get up there and grinding away, I'll probably go around level 12 or so. Any difference between fire and lightning? Not on ogres, but on creeps, fire will do 50% bonus damage. I'm just using lightning here because we had a whole bunch of fire ones at the start. Copper bracelets, caps, and gloves make a difference. It is 6 absorb. Well, actually it's 5 absorb because I've got cloth armor on right now. So you're going to be taking 1 off to get the 4 bonus of the copper bracelet. So plus 5 absorb is eventually going to be useful, but not hugely so. So I would rather spend the money on houses first and then get the armor once we have got everything else secured out, pretty much cleaned up. All right, let's get our last couple ice spells in there. You got a fire 2 left, and you've got a fire 2 left. So that'll be it for our ogre creep cycle, which is good because we're about ready to die, especially Cal. Cal is extremely ready to die, in fact. Let's see, if I go to the northeast corner of Elfland, I think I can make it to the boat in time for the Kaizakus. So make sure we have fire 2s on everybody. I didn't get enough money for the house in one go. I want to go around again to get that house. I think I do. We'll stick around here temporarily until we get the house squared away. Let's see, anything... If I go up to the north... Yeah, this should work. I think we can make this work out fine. And you got fire 2s? Okay. If I can get Kaizakus, great. If not, it'll be Creep Ogre, and that's fine too. It looks like we get the Kaizakus there. Perfect. I'll use up a big chunk of my ice spells here. But with all these fire 2s, I don't think I need to worry too much about holding on to lit 1s for that matter, or ice 1s. Puny, pathetic ice roll there. 20 is the worst possible ice that you could get. And now we will be using lit here specifically for getting at least neutral damage on the Kaizaku. Kaizaku are not weak to lightning, unlike most other aquatics. But they'll still take reasonable enough damage to get the job done. Alright, then we have Ogre followed by Ogre Creep. Then there's the gap. I think we can just go ahead and use the inn to recover. So I can blast away on these Ogre Creeps, make them super fast. I need so much money, I'm debating, like, how frugal do I want to be on inn trips? But when it comes down to it, doing these battles faster is probably better than stretching out the length of any particular trip out there, because at the end of the day, it's going to be all about getting levels, more so than money, in order to be able to take on the later dungeons. Risk of death. The risk of death, if I was using my tents, would be pretty low. The tents are going to be cheaper than the inn by a little bit, but when you're so close to an inn, I would probably prefer doing that instead. Yeah, revival costs more than that. If you're in danger of dying, that you want to get recovered so that you don't have to go to the clinic. And here we go, 7 battles to go. Then we'll pick up our house and head to Peninsula of Power. I think we'll get level 7 in the process. I don't know for certain, but we'll give it a try. What level will I need for Marsh Cave? I really just need lit 2s for Marsh Cave. Like, if I spent this money on lit 2 spells instead of on a house for Peninsula Power, we could do Marsh Cave and Astos right now. But I need to do this grind anyway, so I might as well do it before going through that dungeon. And then I'll have much, much less trouble completing those trips. Flash Cave right now wouldn't be too bad. I mean, you have 8 casts of Lit 2. The wizards are going to go down really fast. You're going to one round the wizards, and the worst case is that you get bad turn order, and then you have to try again. But you could probably take out those battles pretty quickly. Let's do, I guess, 2 Fire 2s here? No, we'll do 1 Fire 2. Probably should have put one of the ices on the regular ogre. That's why. Hey, Dragonfire, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Yeah, just fire him. Fire away. Now, ogre creep fights. Should be pretty good, ready to go on these. Hey, there's level 7 starting. Yeah, we'll get level 7 no problem with the entire party here. Low roll for Fire 2? I would say the Fire 2 is actually not as impressive as you might think for regular encounters. I'm mostly using it on things that have fire weakness. Like right here, we didn't even kill the ogre with all these extra ice or all these extra fire spells helping out. That's just because the ogre takes neutral damage, and unlike the creep, who is taking bonus damage, you actually have to roll much, much better on average to make that work. Hey, Dragonfire, there's no fantasy today. We don't do fantasy whenever it's a multi-part adventure. Because the fantasy is based on watching the video files. There's 2 ogre creeps down. 2 more to go. How does spell damage work? So every spell has a base range. Basically a base power value. So like, ice is 20. And that means it will do between 20 and 40 damage. Now if a monster is weak to it, you'll get a 50% bonus. And if a monster is strong against it, it'll cut it in half. And if you beat the monster's magic defense check, you get to roll a second time with the same damage range as you used the first time to potentially double it. And all those things work independently between weakness, strength, and the critical hits, which is what I call it when you beat the magic defense check. Need to get attached to something, definitely get attached to Dan. That's always the recommended move. It doesn't matter if Dan is not even there. You should still get attached to him. Excellent. Nobody died. Nobody died. Hey, CB, welcome in. That's right, we're doing 4 Black Mages tonight. Probably tomorrow night as well. Let's see what my cash total is. 4657. That'll be enough for getting plenty of tents in addition to my house here. Probably should also get a couple of heals and pures. Is this the default game? Yep, on a real Nintendo with a real Final Fantasy cartridge. There we go, 6 pures. Do I want a cabin versus tent? I'm going to just pick up tents. Save a little bit of money that way. I can buy a big enough stack to do a couple of rounds of the Peninsula power fights. So we're going to have our Fire 2 charges, and then we have a house to recover our Fire 2 charges, and we should have a third one by the time that we can get those recovered. So I would like to get probably 15 tents if I can. I'm not sure if I can actually afford that many. It'll be close. Am I going to do class change? Yes, I'll do class change for this group. And long ago, I used to have a walking route to get to Peninsula Power. without getting bad encounters, but I don't remember what it is, because it's been many, many years since Peninsula Power was part of any speedrun route. So we're just gonna go for it, and see what happens. Solo Thief with the randomizer bug fixes and buy 10, still gonna take you a really long time. Like, that is a very challenging run to do. In addition to basically needing to max out your character, you also have to like sculpt all the level ups to have really, really good stat gains. Otherwise, your stats at level 50 just aren't good enough to be able to beat Chaos. Unless you get like really lucky. I would say the Solo Thief is just abysmally hard. What does NCC mean? No class change. I figured when we were doing Thieves, we might as well make it the ultimate Thief experience. The rest of them, well, Black Belts don't have class change because there's no point in doing that. But the rest of them have had class change. Oh, Specty, okay, so you're going to class change. Yeah, that will make it easier. With a ninja, you don't have to sculpt your level ups. An average ninja at level 50 can finish the game, but it's not easy. There's definitely a big challenge without the better gear that you have with other character classes. I mean, Black Wizards are not going to be easy for the late game, because of the lack of healing and revivals. Unlike White Mages, I feel like this is actually a harder challenge overall. We'll find out, though, in terms of what we can do. Alright, let's get set for this. Alright. What levels were the Thieves at the end? I think it was one at level 50, and the other one's around like level 30 to 35. Oh, look at that. Quad Zombles right off the bat. Let's hope we get good turn order here. Pick up all this delicious Zomble experience. Please don't kill Dan. Please don't kill Ace. This is the best XP and gold I can get here, but it's very dangerous. Just gotta survive. Just gotta survive. We did it. This should get him. This should get him. Go ahead, skip the giant fight here. Giants are not nearly as good of a battle because they have lots and lots of magic defense. If a monster has magic defense, the Black Mages don't want to fight it. Hey, Hyrule, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. And number 2 is still okayish. I'll take this. Might as well go as hard as possible on getting through these. Whew. He's still alive. He's still alive. Alright, so we get another Zomble and 2 Trolls here. Way less XP, but anything that we can survive is a positive. Are Trolls more dangerous than Zombles? I think to some extent they are. Because of the triple hits. Alright, there was one cycle around. We go through those houses super fast. Without the healing from the red mages, it's much tougher to do this. I guess we'll try to get solo Zomble with fire ones. This probably is not a smart idea, but I'm hopefully going to save my spell charges for something better. What is the next grind goal going to be? It's probably going to be level 12. And then we'll have a straight shot at that point through a big chunk of the game, probably up through Ice Cave, without really having to slow down much. Do Zebbles have more raw power? I think they have a higher base attack power. If that is what you are referring to. So yeah, it's higher base attack power, but fewer attacks per round. Are there any T-Rexes in this run? Not that I am expecting to have show up. Hey, Sherazad, welcome in. Will I have Fire 3s before the Lich battle? It is strongly possible that I will have Fire 3s. Because I only need to have level 12 for that. Nope. Hey, Avon KS, welcome in. There is no fantasy, but there is Final Fantasy. They're similar at times. Right now we're doing our 4 Black Mage playthrough. And for those of you that missed kind of the opening introduction, this is probably going to be 2 nights. So I'm going to do 5.5 to 6 hours tonight, and then see if I'm in a good position to do it in the completion for tomorrow. I want to try to break it up roughly what I guess is the halfway mark. But it's going to be just a guess, since the overall experience here is going to be very much dependent on how some of those late game dungeons go. No single segment. I could do single segment if I like dedicated an entire day to it. But it's really, really fatiguing. Like the 10 hours for the White Mage run. Pretty much exhausted by the end of that. Hey Apogee, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. I've got a top loader mega, so you're gonna hear the power button, which physically slides back and forth, be really loud. That's true for all of the runs that I do. What Apogee, thank you much for resubscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the streams, and I hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Thank you very much, and the support is appreciated. Alright, looks like we're gonna have one more Zombo fight that I can take out. Then we'll have to go back to town, get recharged, resupplied. Can't look around. Come on, Zombo and Troll. Give me a good one here. We're starting to have a little bit more HP to work with, which has allowed me to survive the fights usually more easily. I'm going to take this even though it's a weak one, just because I would like to get my my resupply done. Should be able to get 2 or 3 houses this time. So that means we'll be able to stay out much longer for the trips. There we go. Alright, let's see what the damage was in terms of money acquired. There's level 9. So getting some additional spell charges for the team. Okay, 17,000. Okay, that's pretty good. 17,000 is enough for 4 houses plus a big stack of tents to recover with. Hey, Tucker here, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Giants I can ignore. Now that we are on to Peninsula Power, a lot of these great grinding monsters from the early game are no longer relevant to us. And yeah, we won't be doing fantasy for this because it's broken into multiple nights. Anytime that I have a multi-part stream for any of these challenges, I'm not going to use fantasy with it. To the boat. If only they had houses in more convenient spots. They only had tents in more convenient spots as well. One of the big things about a lot of the speed runs is that once you get out of these early towns, basically Canary and Provoca, the tents are no longer for sale. So you have to actually stock up well in advance for any of the tent skips that you're going to be doing and things like any percent of the marathon route. Even a single segment, I think, would benefit from being able to pick up tents later on for just quick recovery, since you're often not wanting to buy that many heal potions. If you're on the overworld, it's much more efficient to use tents or cabins to recover your health. There is a lot of squishy things here. Luckily, though, we have at least a little bit of offense. These Fire 2s working out really well for Peninsula of Power, allowing me to get lots and lots of Zombo kills in. Okay, I'm going to get 4 houses here. Should I get 4 or 5? 2,000... possibly enough for the additional items that I want, but what I will do is start picking up some of my heals and pures that I'm going to need for Marsh Cave now. So I'll do 4 houses plus the base one, and then probably about 30 or so tents when we get to Provoca. So I'm going to need to get, say, 40 heal potions, 30 tents, and a nice stack of additional items when we come back still. It's amazing how quickly you go through things when you are doing these grinds, because you're going through basically nothing but really tough battles. Alright, 15 heals so far. Let's do 30 heals. We got 30 heals here, and then 30 tents. $10 more to go. $5 more to go. 4, 3, 2, 1. And first stack of heal potions done. Many more heal potions to come. When you got a class like a Black Mage with no health and no recovery, like, we're not even going to have the heal staff until a couple hours in. We're going to be using those heal potions like they're going out of style. Now, back to the Peninsula we go. With a slight detour for tents. Take some Kaisuku. As odd as it might seem, maybe 4 Fire 2s would have been a better strategy. That would have guaranteed a 1-round fight. Ice spells are not guaranteed to kill him. It does pretty good damage to him. Missed one. It was close. Kaisuku here is just for a little bit of extra cash. As we're going across here, I should have enough money for everything I want to do in this trip, but just making sure. Maybe we'll start grabbing some of those defensive items as well. We got one of our cap and glove here at Provoca. The other one's going to be at Elfland when we go back there. Hey, CJ has a... I think 4 Black Mages will be somewhere clocking in around 12 hours. I'm planning to do it over 2 nights, so we'll do like 6 or so hours tonight, and then finish it up tomorrow, most likely. I think it'll be a fun one. The 4 Thieves definitely is the most excruciating of all of them to do. 4 White Mages is actually not bad. You do have to do a lot of grinding to be able to take on Astos, but you can do it at Peninsula Power because you have Harm 2s. Just means that you're forced to only do Zombo fights and you can't deal with the trolls like the Black Mages can. There is gloves up. Now we got 2 defense instead of 1 defense. We were practically invincible. Yeah, Astos was pretty long. The thing, though, is that once you have a whole bunch of ruses up and you've muted him, he can't do anything. So it's just a matter of holding the A button down until your fingers fall off. Like, I was having to rotate what finger I was using to hold the button down because it was that long of a fight. Just like after a while, your hand cramps up. There go 10 tits. $15 tenths. $20. What we do during the Astos fight, I was counting the damage. 1 point at a time. I think if I was going to do it again, I'd try to find an RNG loop that had a decent amount of damage per round. Because I got an RNG loop where I wasn't going to get hit by Astos. Like, you're not going to get hit unless he criticals. So if you're in a loop, you know, you'll have predictable outcomes for all of these and be totally safe. But the loop that I was in had very little damage per round. And so it was a really, really long slog. Because there's like 3 damage per round. And he has 150 health. So you can do the math. And that was like the good round. Sometimes we were getting like 1 damage per round. What are we going to estimate? I'm going to estimate about 12 hours for this. I think it's going to be longer than White Mage's because this party does not have any revivals or healing. So the end game is actually really tough for him. Also, welcome in, Koopas. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. We're heading back to the peninsula. This time we will be taking a little bit of a longer peninsula vacation, and we'll see if we can get level 12 in one go. I think we'll have a good shot of it, since we are going to have something like 15 rounds of Fire 2s I'll be able to use. Maybe more, because we'll be starting to get 4 spell charges by the end of it. Yeah, I would say the Black Mages don't even have a ton of damage, really. It seems like they have a lot of damage, but the late game monsters will have enough magic defense to be able to block any of your spells. And so they're going to be doing lower damage for the most part. And your spell charges are quite limited in quantity. So you're going to be eventually starting to run pretty low in terms of what you can deal with in a fight. So my typical Fiend strategy is actually going to be nuke everything on the way down the first try. And grab the Mazmune, warp all the way back out, and then go through a second time using the Mazmune to save spell charges so that we have a lot of nukes for Chaos. Because otherwise I think we're going to not be able to deal with those fights very effectively if we have to use our big damage dealing spells on all the battles. You know, like even if we have 20 or 30 nukes, that is talking like 4,000 to 6,000 damage, and the Fiends are going to have, what, 3,200 damage, and then Chaos has got 2,000, so even if you completely excluded like the Purple Worm fights and things, you'd still be very, very close to running out. And Purple Worms are going to be the one that is the big damage sponge. That and Phantom. The Phantom you can use Fire 3s on. Yeah, there's no benefit for leveling on spell damage. It's totally fixed. The time you buy the spell, that's the most damage it's ever going to do. Unlike the remakes, where you steadily get stronger as you level up. And so as a result, it's much tougher to carry through spells for the long run. Silver Knife plinking. There might be some Bane sorting at some point. maybe some cat clawing. If I had cat claws, it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference in terms of my damage output, but it would be a lot more fun. Cat claw is one of those things like steel armor, which seems like a good idea until you actually try it, and then you realize it's just not very good. It is all a trap to make you spend lots of money. Hey, look at that. Those zombies went really, really smoothly there. That's going to be our first house around. We're going to be pretty close to level 10, yep. Nice, another quad zombie fight. Oh! I did something dumb. I think I housed and then didn't use my tent. So no spell charges for me. There goes 2 houses, so I'm going to have to get the fight over again and also have less fire 2s for this trip. I might not hit level 12 now. That was even such a nice quad zombie afterwards. Hey, Shorty McFatty. The estimated time of this is probably going to be about 12 hours, over 2 days. So I'm going to be doing around 6 hours tonight. And we'll see where we end up. I'll try to split it in a good spot to take a break. Yeah, the house saves the game first and then recovers the spell charges. That's a very famous bug. That you have to double save to be safe with your houses. Hey, Andreas Martin, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. The other thing is if you cancel the save, you'll also not get the spell charges back. Whereas if you cancel any other recovery item, the tent or the cabin, you'll get the healing and just not do the save, so it's slightly faster to do that. You'll see me do that here when I do the tent recovery. By canceling it out, it's not only faster, but also puts less wear on your cartridge. If you actually save the game repeatedly, it's got a pretty high chance of wiping your save file. Right, no damage. No damage. Love those quad zombies. That is the best formation I'm going to get here. So we want to see quad zombies very frequently if possible. Alright, so I'm going to have 2 more houses plus 1 more fire 2. That's like 7 more battles I can take. Yeah, I'll get level 11, but I'm probably not going to get level 12. Hey, Kuroneko, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Yes, another quad. We are blessed by the zombies. I guess the other big thing is we have to survive the fight, which is not very easy when you've got Black Mages. Who's richer, Zomble or Troll? Zomble's better all around. You want Zombles here as much as possible. So that you can get best experience in gold. Trolls are about 75 to 80% of a Zomble in terms of value. So it's not terrible if you get 1 or 2. It's better to have a complete set of monsters. More so than having, you know, optimizations in terms of the Zomble count. I'd rather have, you know, 2 Zombles and 2 Trolls than 3 Zombles by themselves. Alright, we made it. Solo Black Mage on GBA. Yeah, the remakes are pretty much a lot of fun to do these challenges on. The original version, though, these are pretty brutal. remakes have a lot of nice things like being able to buy items in bulk, much faster leveling, and the save anywhere is an absolute necessity for some of the encounters. Do I want to take 2 Zombles? I think I will. Because I'm pretty much writing off level 12 already. Did PlayStation fix the intelligence bug? Intelligence is not really bugged, it's just not designed to do anything. So it wasn't until they switched to the NP system in GBA that it made a difference. PlayStation's got an easy mode, though, that greatly increases your number of spell slots. That makes it a lot more efficient to do some of these things. If you have PlayStation Easy Mode spell slots, I'd have like 30 or 40 casts of Nuke on each of the Black Mages, and we would just be tearing through Temple of Fiends with that. Okay, Ace is still alive. You want Ankylos and Rankylos? If I had Ice too, maybe I could do something with those. Alright, I believe everybody's hit level 11 now. Go ahead and plop down my last house here. So I'll get level 11 and some change, and by the time that we get to Earth Cave, I'm hopefully going to be level 12. We'll have a couple battles in Marsh Cave, we'll have Astos, have 4 fights here, so there's a good chance we might even still get it if there is decent distributions of the Zomble Trolls. 30 nukes is not overkill, that is true. You could always have more. It basically is once you get a spell charge for a level, you'll get an additional spell charge like every level up thereafter. So by going like level 50, you'll have just dozens and dozens of spell charges at all tiers. Still can't survive Lich's Ice 2 yet. It's pretty depressing how the Black Mage's HP grows. It's not going to get much better, and late game it's going to be tough to just get survival for nukes. It's like you have to pretty much do chaos in the normal time frame of before he gets to his ace spell. Alright, I should have 2 more rounds of these to go. What's our experience total looking like? Yeah, 3,000. So that's not going to happen for the level ups. But ideally we'll get 2,000 here. And that'll put me close enough that Astos and Wizards will put it over the top. That's 1,000 of it. That'll help. Can a Black Mage reach 999 HP at level 50? Nope. Black Mage is going to have like 500 HP at level 50. It's not going to be pretty. That was pretty good, though. I will take that Zomble fight. 1 more Zomble fight to go. Hey, Sniper Man, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. We're going to need it. It's a tough challenge, but I think because I'm breaking this up into 2 nights, I'm not worried about, you know, killing myself with fatigue, because I'll be fit enough the next night to go and do as much grinding as required to make Temple of Fiends work out. Hey, look at that. We got double quads. And so we will have 2,000 out of our 3,000 towards level 12 that we were looking for. Okay, well, most of us will have it. Do I want to keep Ace kill up with the rest of the party? I think I do. I think it's just going to be annoying otherwise. So we're not going to have 2,000 unless I get another quad Zomble here. No, we're not even close. Not even close this time. Can Kraken punch out the Black Mages with criticals? You'll have more defense than the worst of my red mages there. Or more HP. I think that you probably could survive it unless he rolled super high. Like, I have to actually like check all of the possible rolls to see if there is one variation where he could do it. But it'd be pretty uncommon for him to be able to one-shot him. Thing is, though, that you're just not gonna want to last very long in those battles in the first place. Alright, so we did Peninsula Power. Let's call that Ogre Battling. I feel like we did our grind here. Just roughly what I wanted to get accomplished. I'm a little bit short of my target, but that's because I accidentally forgot to tent up after a house charge. So I missed out on one additional house cycle. And we'll see how we did on money here. So 40,000. I'll be getting as much as I can defensive-wise. I think I'll buy the copper bracelets, even though it's a very short-term investment. Just to give myself a little bit of an advantage in Marsh Cave. And then we'll go buy silver bracelets when we get to Astos. So there is very, very short time that these will be useful. And now, let's go ahead and pick up, let's say, 20 tents here. There's 10. Almost afford the steel armor. I'm going to have to buy a lot of copper bracelets to make sure that's not going to be true then. We will be too poor to even consider steel armor when I am done with this shopping. Alright, there's 20 tens. Let's get 20 pures as well. It's a coincidence that the only place that sells steel armor is Melmond. No, I think you can pretty much bank on the worst armor in the game being at the worst town in the game. It is no coincidence. It is purely planned. Five more pures to go. And on to our heal potions. Let's get 20 heal potions as well. We'll need to stock these up in portions, just so that I don't have to listen to this item shop music for 15 minutes straight. I will be needing 99 heal potions in a little while. For Marsh Cave, though, I think we can get away with less. Why is steel the worst armor in the game? Wow, that is a topic that's going to require that I buy more heal potions so that I have time to explain all of its flaws. First of all, steel armor is found in Melmond. Melmond, known for a variety of ill conditions, such as environmental pollution, child labor, trading in fine and exotic goods that are entirely illegal, rubies, bananas, other nefarious substances. And you know that all of that's just being mixed right into that steel armor. It is like wearing a solid coat of lead poisoning. And on top of that, it is the heaviest armor in the game. So your ability to dodge things goes down to approximately 90,000% to the negative. And so you're just going to be hit all the time. You're going to get paralyzed, you're going to get poisoned. You're going to get covered by icky, icky slimes and oozes. Some scum and muck as well. And for what? All so that you can rock the Made in Melmond label? I think not. And that is why Steel Armor is the worst armor in the game. And also, I should probably stop by and heal potions. We got enough heal potions here from Marsh Cave. Good to go. So let's see. We want to pick up... we actually don't need a house here, but I will grab the copper bracelets and... we'll grab the caps as I go through Elfland. Pick up my Lit 2s as well. The Lit 2s are going to be pretty important for taking out the wizards. Wizards will take neutral damage with the lightning and resist both fire and ice. So Lit 2 is actually your best choice overall for killing them. Oh no, Vicarian. Steel Armor is definitely the worst flavor-wise as well. I would not recommend chewing on Steel Armor. You'll break your teeth, and you'll also get probably several types of infections. It's coming from Melmond, after all. Does Lit 2 beat Ice 2 on Wizards? Yes. Even though Ice 2 does have a higher base damage score, because it's going to be cut in half, it's going to not do nearly as much as Lit 2 will. Go ahead, get these copper bracelets. Again, short-term rentals. Once we beat Astos and do the Mystic Key quest, we'll be able to get the silver bracelet out of Melmond. Silver bracelets at Melmond also pretty much a complete health hazard, but sometimes you've got no choice. Now our defense is going from 2 to 6. We are practically invincible once more. So now Lit 2. Lit 2. Lit 2. And Lit 2. All set and ready to go. I should do probably the marathon route to Marsh Cave. That's coming out of here. Skip one battle. Zone on battle 2. So we wiggle here. I think I actually went down when I should have gone up for that last one. Hopefully doesn't affect things too much. It might mean an extra shadow battle inside of the Marsh Cave. But since I don't remember where the encounter skips are, probably we'll get back those 2 steps with the lack of skips here. I think we get extra arachnids, yeah. There's a reason you do some of these skips. Hey, Dana, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. There's the arachnid. Here's the ogre fight. We're going to take one more ogre fight before going in. Doing the ogre fight here gets rid of a scorpion battle in Marsh Cave, and scorpions are going to be pretty rough for this team. In fact, almost everything's going to be pretty rough, especially things that have multiple attacks per round, though. So scorpions and gargoyles are going to be our arch nemesis before we reach the wizards. And down we go into Marsh Cave. The object of the game is survival. We have a lot of Lit 2s. We're going to be blasting those wizards with ferocity when we find them, but we have to survive to make it to that point. Let's get... You know what? I don't think I even need to kill anything in here, because we have good enough chances of running with our extra levels compared to normal. So when you're going through here at like level 5, you're going to have a really, really hard time getting away from things. But now that we're level 11, you know, we have probably about a 70% chance of the first 2 characters successfully getting away. 35 to 40% on the third character, and somewhere between 5 and 10% on our last one. He's doing his best. Hey, Casey Kiko. Welcome in. Thanks very much for that subscription. Glad you've been enjoying the show. I hope you enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. Thanks again. Hey, Casey. Thanks for the subscription and lurk away. Hope you have fun. Go around here, grab my house and my iron armor, which we don't need the iron armor, obviously, but it's part of the route for the steps. So I'll just pick it up and then sell it when we get the opportunity. 400 bucks, might as well. There's the house. 86 heals, not bad. My steel armor story went on longer than I thought. How many calories are in the full poisonous party mix? Well, it depends a little bit on how much poison you get out of it. Sometimes you lose calories by eating the party mix. That's how healthy it is for you. And by healthy, I mean that you might be taking fatal amounts of radiation. So here is our wizard battle. Wizards will not last long with these lit 2s coming their way. We won't last that long with wizards coming our way, so we're going to make this a fast exchange. And there's that crown. Looks good. Let's get out of here. We'll be about 2 hours going into the start of Earth Cave. So I feel like Lich could go down before 2:30 is up. I will look for level 12 here if possible. The level 11 strats are not as good. Let's see for what our spellcheck's like. Actually, we have three 4th tiers. I mean, level 12 is where it gets interesting with 5th tiers having Fire 3. 13 would let me really blast away at some of those encounters, but one round of Fire 3s is enough for anything that I would be worried about, such as Lich and or a Vampire. Or Spectre Geist, for that matter. I don't think we have to worry about missing with Fire 3 like we do with Fire 2. Back out of Marsh Cave. And I was 2 steps behind when I left Elfland, but since we had 2 encounter skips outside that I didn't actually skip the encounters for, that put me back exactly even on where I think the walking should be. Which means that we'll get the outside here with, I want to say that there is 2 encounter skips? Yeah, I think it's double skip. Gets rid of the poison as battle's going up. One. 2. There we go. To Astos. I've got some things I still remember from the marathon route and from any percent for some of the routing through this. So I've been doing so much single segment recently. And you don't want to ever mix up the routes, because it would be quite different for any particular route, how you handle different sections of the game. Been trying to forget as hard as I could, but when I was doing the 4-fighter challenge, I need to look up a couple of these things, just to make sure I remembered how to get through those areas efficiently. Into Astos we arrive. Skip 1 battle here. And that'll set up our walk back to Elfland. I think there's supposed to be 2 skips coming back from Astos, but I'm not going to bother with those most likely. Alright, Astos, it is you versus 4 Black Mages, and the Black Mages, I think, are going to be pretty well armed for this. Let's do Lit 2s. Should beat out the Ice ones by a little bit. Oh yeah, actually getting over 40 damage here. Some of them are getting over 40 damage. Can we one-round him? It's going to be close. Nope. We're going to need a little bit more. Let me do ice spells for the rest of it. I think we need just a couple of taps. So he hasn't rubbed anybody except for Dan. Dan, of course, not interested in a rub right now. Says, no thank you, Mr. Astos. I would just like to get back to Elfland. Continue on my adventure. Alright, 300. So we can probably pick that XP up in encounters on the way to the start of Earth Cave. And be able to get our Fire 3s there. I will say that we did have a much higher chance of surviving the rub because we're higher level. Our magic defense is better, so that is going to mean that rub is less effective than its normal 60%. I don't really need fast right now. Thinking about what our damage output as Black Mage is going to be. So I'm going to get Ice 2 here. And I'll see if we have enough money left over for Fire 3s when we get to Melmond. I'll have a chance to go back to Melmond halfway through Earth Cave. So I'll be able to pick up more Fire 3s if we don't get it all in one go. Just some quick werewolf battles here. Usually I'm not taking any of these fights, so I'm not totally certain how much XP you get, but they do have... Yeah, that's like almost as much as a Shark Arsahag combo. So a decent fight if you have the werewolves in there. Okay, so we want to go ahead and... Is there anything we actually need? We might be good for right now. I think we'll wait until after we get our key quest done to go and do any other shopping here. I want to stock up on heal potions before Melmond. I would like to get Ice 2 when we get back from getting the herb. And I'd like to get my level 12. If possible, I'd love to get level 13, but that's going to be more of a stretch. I think we'll have level 13 before we get to Ordeal, so that'll be pretty good to have 2 Fire 3s going through that. There's level 12 starting. Weird seeing Grimps that don't have nuke. At least it's not regular imps in the last couple of runs. We had a stretch where regular imps, for probably like, I don't know, like 6 or 8 games in a row, all had some type of really nasty spell, either like 3rd tier magic or the top tier elemental spells or nuke. It was an unpleasant stretch, but the last randomizer night was very tame in terms of imp damage. I don't know if the wolves are actually worth it. These are probably something I should be skipping. I like how Waters is making theories about Melmond that involve Melmond having any type of rational person living there. Of course they sell things that they can't use. They exclusively sell things that they can't use. 111 was actually pretty good for XP. I wonder if I should be trying to take some some Gerwolf battles in single segment. I could restock on spell charges at Conaria and double fire to the Gerwolves on the way to Melmond. That would cost me 30 gold, but that could be a decent amount of XP overall. There's a couple of Gerwolf battles by Dwarf Cave. More ideas when we get back to speedrunning. Not that this is not trying to go pretty fast through these. Flooding concerns for Onrak. That is a town that is very precariously positioned. Because I assume at some point the sea shrine was above sea level? Who would build a sea shrine underwater? It seems like that'd be very tough to access, much less to construct. So my suspicion is that they built the sea shrine off the coast of Onrak, and then it sunk. So they're definitely not having a good day when it comes to water levels. Sea shrine constructed by mermaids? I think it was not. I think it was originally the temple housing the stuff outside of where Onrak was. But yeah, Celia's saying that there is actual lore saying it sunk a few hundred years ago. That seems about right from what I remember. There's a bunch of backstory that you don't really ever need to care about because it doesn't affect the game in any way. But they stuffed it in for some of the remakes. I think it's in some of the conversations if you go around town talking to people. But the remakes make it more explicit because they gathered all together for the intro. Look at that. Mystic Key in hand. Let's go do some robberies, also some murders. I have all these Fire 2s, and we've barely started any murders whatsoever. We need to fix that. I need to get at least a dozen murders before I feel like going to Vampire. Okay, everything there. Go ahead, pick up the Ice 2 now. I'm thinking about going to Astus Castle, grab the Power Staff so that we can get additional Fire 3s in a hurry. I mean, I need to spend 20,000 gold on Silver Bracelets, 16,000 on Ice 2s. I feel like we're not going to have enough to get everything I want, unless I grab that Power Staff. There's the Ice 2s all around. I'll do Canaria and Dwarf Cave first, then come back for Power Staff. I could also get Rune and Wear out of Temple of Fiends. That is worth, I want to say, 5,500 gold to sell. So that would get me another Fire 3 as well. Expenses for it. Yep, we did no class change for 4 Thieves. There's no class change for Black Belts because it's actually better to not class change with Black Belts. But the Thieves were these were exceptional since that was basically the hardest combination. I thought I might as well do the hardest variant of the hardest combination. If I went to do 4 ninjas, I probably would think it would be like 14 or 15 hours. You'd save a lot of time grinding at the end, and you would also have way less of a death-defying finish, because you would have actual defense and fast spells for the Temple of Fiends stretch. So class change this one will have class change. If I did Black Mage, there's no class change. It would definitely be 3 nights instead of 2 nights. More of a guess than anything else for how long this is going to take. I'm still estimating about 12 hours or so. Go ahead and sell all this newly acquired gear off. Keep the silver knife. I actually want that. Over here, anything else to sell? So we have copper gauntlet can go. Iron shield can go. Iron armor can go. And iron armor can go. Looks good. Why are black belts better to not class change? So, yeah, the magic defense growth slows down after class change. So they have +4 in black belt form, but only +1 as masters. So you're actually losing out a little bit in terms of the amount of growth that you have for magic defense. And so the later you do the class change, the less it impacts you. But if you did it like really, really early, like normally we're class changing at like level 12, level 11 for some of these routes, you'd have very minimal magic defense as a result if you did that for black belts. Hey, King Booty. Welcome in. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the weapons out of Temple of Fiends while I'm going past here. This will get me a soft potion as well. I don't need the soft potion because I plan to do the marathon route for Earth Cave, which allows me to avoid all the cockatrice fights inside. Why are the mages always frail and weak? Probably because mage is typically Dan's class. It's usually my explanation for why anything is bad, either because of Melmond or because of Dan. And I don't think mages are necessarily associated with Melmond very closely. There we go, rune sword there. So one of these is 6,000 gold for its base price, the other is 5,000. So I get 3,000 and 2,500 respectively for selling them off. That'll help me out with some of my 5th tier spell shopping. We're going to start off with Fire 3. We'll want to get Warp as well after class change. We'll probably want to get Bane once we have 1 billion gold, just because I can use that in the Tiamat fight. Everybody baning like crazy to take out Tiamat 1. Dan has an Agama deficiency. A rare but true condition. Almost everybody gets sufficient Agamas, because as you know, every night in your sleep you eat an average of 12 Agamas. Do I prefer spell charges or magic points as a game mechanic? I feel like the mages are pretty weak with the spell charge system. You can do spell charge systems that are not going to have these problems, but for video games, where typically you want to not have to go back to a recovery point or rest all the time, spell charges are pretty limiting in that regard. But one of the things I like about spell charges is that it forces you to be much more deliberate about the uses of magic, and so you can't just blast away with AoEs all the time, and you have to like mix up your spells. Instead of using the same spell continuously, you've only got so many charges of that, and then you have to do a different spell. So you're either varying the monsters that you're fighting, or you're looking at rotating between a couple of different spells, or trying to come up with combinations of spells that do useful things. So I think spell charges, in many ways, creates a more interesting game mechanic, but the recovery issues are just very, very difficult for video games. Just one guy that eats 5,000 Agamas a night. That would be a lot of Agamas. I think you would wake up extremely ill if you ate that many Agamas in a row. But maybe there's somebody out there that does it. Will there be Agama facts tonight? We will have to come up with our own Agama facts. That is going to be the mystique. With no Agama facts provided by computer, it is going to be manual Agama fact time. Hey, Briskly, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. And have I beaten the Famicom, Final Fantasy 2 and 3? I've beaten the original versions of 2 and 3. I haven't done any fan patches or translations of any of the games. If you want to play 2 or 3, I recommend the remakes especially. 2 has a bunch of good remakes for it. Both GB and PSP are quite nice. And there is actually an active Final Fantasy 2 community going on right now for the first time in a while. So if you're interested in speedrunning Final Fantasy 2, you could probably find some friends to help you out with routing and ideas for it for GBA and PSP. Final Fantasy 3, I think, has kind of died off for the most part. There at one point was a few people that were trying to get, not using the fully glitched route, but doing Final Fantasy 3 with restrictions on what glitches that you could use. And I think that was probably about 2 or so years ago, the last time I saw really active involvement in that. Gotta remember that. Soft potions are now at the back. I usually don't buy soft potions until pretty late in the game, and that's because I can just press left and get to my pure potions. It makes it super convenient for picking up anybody that is poisoned here. Yeah, the modern remakes of 3. The DS version, and then there was a PC port of that as well. They did make a lot of simplifications to improve things. So Final Fantasy 3 is a little bit less notoriously hard for the modern audience, but when it first came out, the end of Final Fantasy 3 was really, really difficult. Final Fantasy 2 had some tough spots. There's like the arena, and then there is the I mean, the end is pretty tough in 2 as well, but there's a couple of tough things in the middle game as well. I think Mystidia was more or less a difficult spot as well, now that I think about how it played. But it didn't have like the really, really brutal finish that 3 did, where if you didn't know about the secret classes and you didn't explore all the way through the final dungeon, you'd have like 2 hours to get to the boss, and then you would just lose because it would be way too difficult. Alright, Android Spartan, have a good day. Thanks for dropping by. Alright, let's go ahead and clean some stuff out of here. We got 2 people that can use silver knives now. Just pick you 2 in the front. I think that's it for weapons here that I've got to move around. Oh no, wait. Dan has a whole bunch. Dan was holding all the swords. I was like, didn't I pick up a whole bunch of swords I can sell? And the answer is yes. Dan was trying to smuggle them. Trade them in for bananas and or rubies at a later time. There we go, that's some cash. Alright, silver knives on 2 people. We're not going to get fast for a while, because I want to have some money left over for Melmond here. So let's go over to Astos' castle, grab the power staff, and maybe do some mummies to level 13. I'll see how far we are from a level up. If we can get a couple of good mummy fights in to get close enough to 13 that we can do it at Vampire or the first trip through, I'll be happy. So long since we've done a mummy grind. This used to be a staple of the route. Grabbing mummies here to get our level ups, because Peninsula Power is pretty far out of the way. So if you only want a couple of levels, the mummy grind is a pretty good way to go. But for now, let's go grab these. There's one skip that'll be for the return trip, just like it was set up for in the previous time through Come Back from Astos. And normally you'd do 2 encounter skips as well, get rid of the Ogre Creep fight, as well as the, I think it's the Grimp Werewolf fight at the end. Am I going to use Mazmune? Yes. So I will actually do Temple of Fiends twice. The first time blasting all the fiends with Nuke, and they'll be out of spell charges by the time I get through the dungeon. Grab Mazmune, warp all the way back out. Do it again using Mazmune to save spell charges, and that way I'll have enough total spell casts to beat the bosses. Because the first trip through, I don't need to beat Tiamat, I don't need to beat Chaos. So that is a pretty decent amount of extra spell charges I'll have available to me. So we need 5,000. Alright, so we're definitely not going to get it here. But we will put a little bit of a dent into our total XP required. I'd like to get 2 charges of Fire 3. It's probably not going to happen for Lich. But whenever I can get it, it'll be helpful for the next 2 dungeons as well. Do the revisited fights have elemental weaknesses? No. The first versions of the Fiends all have an elemental weakness. So Lich is weak to fire, Carry is weak to status ailments, Kraken's weak to thunder, and Tiamat's weak to poison. But in the refights, all of those weaknesses go away. So they all get a 100 bonus to their HP total. They all get their weaknesses removed. And they all get bonuses to their stats. But the stats are a little bit different for each fiend. Like Lich and Carry get bigger bonuses than Kraken and Tiamat do for the defense scores and things like that. Well, might not be able to do too many more of these mummy fights. We're starting to run out of Black Mages to put at the front of my party. I was thinking I could make it through a couple of these, but it looks like we just don't have enough defense to swing this. Once I get the Silver Bracelet, I could probably do it. That would reduce all of these hits by 11 damage. There we go. We got Power Staff, which is the big thing. That'll sell for 6,000 gold. That's another Fire 3 by itself. We're close to it. And then the Mummy's added another couple thousand on top. Just killed lots and lots of ogres. I think that Peninsula Power was definitely well known enough that, you know, organically it spread. That's the reason why it was actually preserved in the remakes, as opposed to almost everything else in the game that you could argue is a bug that got fixed. But the bulk of the grinding is actually really tough to do if you don't know about encounter manipulation, because ogres are actually pretty rare. It looks like I get ogres all the time, and in reality it's like a 1 in 4 to 1 in 6 chance depending on what zone that you'd be in. So you'd have to be fighting a lot of undead fights and fights against poisonous monsters. It's a much slower grind if you don't control the encounters here. Dragon Quest went only 95% grinding. I think it might be 97% grinding. Unless you count the grinding while walking to some of the items. Dragon Quest 1 is really a very early RPG, experimental in many ways, but at the time, just getting basic content in was difficult. So it was still like quite a revolutionary game for its era. But the gap in between when the Japanese version came out and the US version came out hurt Dragon Quest 1 quite a bit. Dragon Quest 2 as well. Because they were perceived as being more primitive than they would have otherwise been. the delay for Dragon Quest II especially versus Final Fantasy made it seem that Dragon Quest II and Final Fantasy I came out at the same time in the US. But in Japan, Dragon Quest III came out at the same time as Final Fantasy. So we were comparing against a different iteration. If you look at Final Fantasy, it beats Dragon Quest II in a lot of ways for sophistication and playability. But Dragon Quest III, they actually had like party systems and a lot of other things much better balanced by that point. Dragon Quest I and Dragon Quest II in Japan had passwords. That was something that got changed for the US release, because by that point they had battery-backed cartridges. And so you didn't have to put in... Dragon Quest II was like a 52-character password, I want to say. It was immense for what it was required to save those games, because they were just pretty packed full of interesting things you could do. Like, Dragon Quest I only had a handful of chests, but Dragon Quest II had probably 10x as many things that you could open or interact with. Alright, here we go. Let's get our silver bracelets. It looks like I'll be able to get 2 of the Fire 3s. Wait, I can sell the copper one still. They'll get me another 2,000 back. Maybe I'll get 3. Dragon Quest II passwords, as far as I know, were the longest passwords I've ever seen. They were intense. Dragon Quest I was not as bad, but Dragon Quest II was... The entire screen is full of you entering characters for your password. Alright, we can get 2 Fire 3s. Let's get Fire 3 for Cal. Let's get Fire 3 for Dan. I feel like Dan should probably stay in the back where he's less likely to get into trouble. Okay, and then coming down to Earth Cave. I believe it's at the mountain that we want to do the reset. So we'll see if I get to the mountain without using any spell charges. We can take some shadows. This is okay. Those silver bracelets bumped our defense from 6 to 17, which is still not a lot. You would have like 34 with fighters. That's normally what you'd have for your party here. So you're going to take way more damage per hit. But that's what the 99 heal potions are hopefully going to be for. Pretty sure I'll still have enough HP. Please don't murder anyone. Alright, Dan's still alive. I'll just use a lot of tents. I'll use a bunch of tents. Alright, there we go. Let's get Earth Cave done with the marathon round. I'm thinking that is where I'm supposed to do it. It might be a little bit further north that I'm supposed to do it, but either way, it should work out. Bulls with ice spells. I think I can take these bullfights. Decent XP overall. Could do Grogers as well, but I'll see what I can grab along the way. Never played Mother on the Famicom. I have not done the Famicom Mother games. I do have Earthbound, but I actually have not played it all that much. It's never a series that I got like super into when it first came out, and so it's difficult for me to really pick it up without doing it for speedrunning. And there's enough Earthbound speedrunners out there that I think it's pretty well covered. Earthbound is a game that has a very heavy RNG manipulation route for its main categories, and I tend not to like those on the Super Nintendo. I do have Ice 2s. I'm going to be able to mix them up later on for the particular spells that I use. Alright, so we got our bullfight, got our asp fight. gonna track the encounters here as we go down. There are non-manipulation versions of Earthbound for categories, but they're just much less popular than the manipulation one. The manipulation one, it has a really, really high reset rate. So, like, just getting out of, like, Onet is hours of slog to get a run started. And those are okay-ish in some circumstances. Like, obviously I do a lot of resets for Final Fantasy single segment, or for any percent. But I don't have to be, like, frame perfect for my movement on through all of those. You have 16 frames in Final Fantasy to do your next move. There's a lot of leeway while the character's animating that you can be safe on. And that's a little bit less fatiguing over the many, many hours than having to be, like, super tight and precise. Hey, Vermiculous, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Alright, so this will be pretty much taking care of my ice spells. And we'll probably start switching to the ice 2s after this for any Groger fights that come along. Sure, we don't need lit spells. This party is, if nothing else, well prepared with spell charges for any particular combat that we might have. Alright, looks good. Any new games coming up in 2019 that I would like to play? I've got so many from 2018 that I have not dived into that I feel bad about it. So most likely my 2019, at least for the first couple of months, is going to be taken up with new speedrunning projects and getting through games that I've already purchased in the last year or two that I really have been wanting to play for a long time. They know how to integrate some of those into my streams, because I did Dragon Quest XI on stream. And obviously that was a game I'd never played before, so totally a casual playthrough of it. And it was good to do for, it was like 2 weeks or so that I did it. I want to make sure that there's a way that I can do more things like that that are going to not basically make people go away for a month while I do something besides my normal speedrunning overall. Have I played I Am Setsuna or Lost Sphere? I Am Setsuna, I was really interested in initially. Because, you know, it is basically, in many ways, a similar game to Chrono Trigger. But once I saw people playing it, I realized it was not going to have the same magic as Chrono Trigger did. And so that was one where I didn't feel bad about passing up on it. Lost Sphere I haven't seen as much of to make an opinion on. Alright, Vampire down. 2:20, so we got 10 minutes to Lich to get 2.5 hours. I think we're going to be over 2.5 hours for Lich. Oh man, Monster Hunter is one of those games where I know that if I started playing that, I would play nothing else for a really long time. I've always enjoyed the Monster Hunter series. There used to be a speedrunner that I watched a whole bunch that played Monster Hunter. Aftermath. That was the PS2 generation Monster Hunter games. And they're just really fun to just chill out and do the battles on, because each battle is like 15 to 30 minutes against a monster. And it's more about like biding your time and understanding the fights and kind of pacing it as opposed to just frantic button mashing. So they're a really relaxing thing to kind of like, if you got somebody narrating and talking about what they're doing, you can just go for days on those. Monster Hunter World is another game that is like that, where it's the basic formula, but then on top of it, they actually made the game look really, really good. Like, the original Monster Hunters always had, like, really bad graphics, and they were not, you know, exemplary titles overall in terms of what you would show off for a platform, but Monster Hunter World is, like, seriously a nice looking game. So I would be very, very concerned if I picked that up. I have actually watched a lot of Monster Hunter World. Let's see. Maximilian Dude, I think, when it first came out, I really enjoyed him for doing monster hunting for a couple weeks. Max mostly does fighting games, though, so I don't think he's had much Monster Hunter time in the last 2 months or so. We can ice 2 these things. I got plenty of spell charges here. We can get a pretty easy trip, I think, through all of this. So that was the werewolf battle. Why does it feel like I am behind on steps? Why does it feel like I am behind? I didn't pick up the money there, which I know is correct. Got the coral sword, which I know is correct. I think it's my perception. I'm going to get all the way to the staircase and then be totally fine, I think. Yeah, totally fine. That would have been Cockatrices next, which is why I was a little bit worried. But I remember it always being like that, where you have a really long walk at the very end. When it feels like any step you're going to die, then suddenly you just make it. Up and around we go. Still keeping track where we are in the counter cycle so that I can get the skips for the return trip done correctly. Let me save the Ice 2 for probably better uses on you guys. It's the bullfight. I don't remember if we have the werewolf fight or if we get the Groger fight instead coming up. You like the Link to the Past Super Metroid randomizer? The crossover is pretty neat as an idea. I think it's very intimidating for people to get into, because unless you can play both of those games really well, Super Metroid in particular, it can be tough to access some of the item locations. I think Link to the Past is more beginner friendly. For anybody picking it up can probably get to any of the dungeons. Like, you might not be able to do the skips to do them optimally. You might need to have more equipment before you can complete things. But there's not as much of a challenge to actually picking things up. Whereas Super Metroid, there's some item locations that are pretty frustrating to grab. Hey, Chris Ross, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. We are doing our 4 Black Mage run, part 1. Cobra fight. So let's drop our Ice 2s. I think I can afford to, you're out of spells. Cal has been, evidently getting some very frequent turns coming up. Your mazes are going to be unbalanced in spell charges based on how often their turn happens earlier in the round. And there is some unevenness in terms of party order. Like, the way that decides the turn order is decidedly biased. The monsters have an advantage over you in terms of going earlier in the round. And since, once again, it's one of those things where there's only 206 possible random seeds and 13 positions between you and the 4 characters and the 9 monsters, you know that you're not going to have even distributions of all the outcomes. I'm supposed to reset to 0 at the mountain anyway, so I think it's okay that we didn't get the shadow fight there that I anticipated. Alright. Now it's important. that I get everything correct. Hey, Tokyo, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Or I guess, Tokyo, you're heading out. Have a good night. Hey, Sakatana, how's it going? I took one extra step, but we're going to be doing a skip here, so that doesn't make a difference. And do we get enough cash? Oh yeah, we got plenty of cash in there. I try to do every single battle, so that I'd be able to buy my Fire 3s here. So we have Fire 3 for Bill, and a Fire 3 for Ace. That should be Fire 3s for everybody. Got 2 the first time, 2 the second time. Did I hit 13? No. We'll see how far away we are. We're actually pretty close, but 1,000 is probably not going to happen by the time I get to Earth Cave again. It was a good effort. Skip before the tunnel. Try to get rid of the Gerwolf positioning. So this is actually going to move encounters by quite a lot. Even though it's Gerwolves before or after, no matter what you do. The difference is that dungeons and overworlds have different encounter rates. Dungeons actually have a lower encounter rate than the overworld does. And as a result, this is the dungeon section. And so it moves the encounters by the fact that I managed to miss the battle there. And that'll let me get through Earth Cave quite easily. I'll take all of these battles. This will, I want to say, be like 5 extra battles. Just moves up steps by a little bit. 3 extra battles, looks like. And they should all be like shadow fights, so not too big of a deal other than being slightly slow. Never played a Phantasy Star game. I do have Phantasy Star 2 and 3 on the Genesis. I haven't played the later ones. I want to do Phantasy Star 4 at some point. That one looks pretty fun. I've seen Jisseed and Big Fung Balls talk about some of the later Phantasy Stars. And then PSO, at one point seemed really interesting, but now that I've got so many other things that I have, I think it'd be tough to get into a big time sink like that. Are encounters in the Earth Cave too hard? So there are a couple of really bad fights in the 3rd and 4th floors of the Earth Cave. There are cockatrices that can turn you to stone, and if they ambush you, you might just die before you even have a chance to take a turn. There's Spectergeists, and there can be up to 9 of them. They paralyze you, and so you can have your whole party stun locked before you get a turn. And then there's Wizards. Wizards hit you pretty hard, but they're an unrunnable fight, which means you're always going to be neutral. So at least you have unequal footing at the beginning. And what happens is that the manipulation I do gets rid of all the cockatrices and Spectergeists. It does leave, I think, 1 wizard battle, which is not too bad to deal with. And as a result, I don't have to worry about basically having 0 opportunity to survive a fight. Fixes up those 2 extra steps I took from not doing the skips. Should still be on the step route pretty close to exactly. There's Gerwolves here, if I remember correctly. There we go. One of the key tricks that's going to be used in this is actually bouncing between floors. Taking advantage of the fact that the encounters that are assigned are floor-specific mapping. And so even though 3rd and 4th floors look like they have a lot of similar encounters, you'll actually find out that they will be pretty different in terms of where those encounters are scheduled to be. So I'll actually be able to go to 4th floor early, skip cockatrices, then come back up and skip Spectre Geists and work out everything quite neatly. Might be the other way around. Spectre Geist skipped and then cockatrice skip. Alright, everything there looks good. So into the Earth Cave we go. We don't have enough health to guarantee survival against Ice too. Maybe I'll pick up some XP along the way from Grogers if possible. Wasn't thinking about this problem, but now that it's kind of crossed my mind, if I can get another level up to get a little bit more HP, then maybe we'll all be safe. Dan right now at 161 is the only person that guarantees doesn't die first round Lich. But Bill, Ace, and Cal are all pretty close. I think we need like another 800 or so experience to go. Asp is probably not worth it. So we have Arachnid. We do have a couple of Groger fights on the next floor, so that'll work out for me. Can never stay awake, that's okay. We'll be super chill. Perfect sleeping streams here. Okay, there's the Arachnid fight gone. Groger fight next. Image. Maybe even take the Werewolf fight. I do have a couple of Ice 2s to speed some of these up. Good thing we got the silver bracelets. We'd be taking way more damage otherwise. Yeah, 11 per hit would have been pretty prohibitive in terms of the amount of damage we would take from some of these fights. Now, anything that has a really big physical attack, like one single attack with a very high score, the bracelets are not going to really help you out all that much. But things that have multiple hits per round, those bracelets are just super useful, like the gargoyles. At this point, like the scorpions, or even the trolls, I think we'll have a much better time on. What was the most difficult part with the black belts, and when did it get easier? The most difficult part with the black belts is definitely Astos, because you have to grind to level, I want to say it was level 11 or so, and the black belts are very, very bad at the start. Like, they just don't do much damage. And level 9 is where you get 2 attacks per round with your fists, but they're not good enough at that point to really do damage, so you have to keep going. It's a big slog to get through Astos, but after Astos, Lich is not the greatest. However, you have enough HP to survive for a couple rounds, and then the game really gets much, much easier. Like, Ordeals is where you get Zeus Gauntlet, so now you got some AoEs that you can blast away with. And that's kind of the turning point, I think, for where it goes from being excruciating to being like, okay, this is actually not too bad to get through. Hey, Sick Nick, welcome in. This is a one-time thing to do 4 Black Mages, or at least an uncommon thing. I'm finishing up the last of my 4 character challenges here. What is the Thieves have no class change to make it even harder? Thieves are already the hardest character class, so you might as well go for the ultimate difficulty. There's Grog. I get Spectre Geist next, we'll skip that, and then we'll skip Cockatrice. So we'll get rid of those 2 battles, and hopefully we're getting 13 here really, really soon. There's not too many other fights I want to take. I think I got a troll fight that I can do at the very end, which is not too bad of a battle. Here we go, Dan 13. Bill 13, so we missed out on Cal. Does 4 White Mages also have no class change? 4 Mages is actually not that bad. That was the second time that I'd done 4 White Mages on NES on stream. I've done 4 White Mages on GBA a couple times as well. Like, I'm actually starting to think about what routes would be like for 4 White Mages. Unlike this one, which I'm doing totally improv. How much time would Thief class change save? Probably 2 to 3 hours at most. You would basically have the same struggle up through class change, which up through class change was like 11 hours with that group. But you'd be able to avoid doing the really big grind at the end because you'd have a much easier time on Chaos and on the Temple of Fiends stripped down. You'd have fast, you'd have armor, you'd have better weapons. It would just all go way better. I guess I should mention I've done 4 White Mages no class change on GBA. Couple times on those. There's not as big of a deal to get class change on because GBA's got enough of a safety mechanic in with the ability to survive battles that any particular bad battle is not too bad. The MP system lets you use things more aggressively for your healing. And Heal 2 especially, Heal 3, when it comes out, are just really good for staying alive. Now, GBA does have a much tougher Chaos, so that is the downside of doing that version. Chaos has got 20,000 hit points instead of 2,000 on GBA. What armor can ninjas use? Yeah, Ice and Fire. They can't use Opal. Opal and Dragon are Knight exclusives. Mostly Opal, because Dragon Mail is the only Dragon type item. But anything that is Opal, except for the Opal Bracelet, which is universal, is Knight only. Yes, Ridiculous. GBA is Game Boy Advance version. That was the Dawn of Souls version for this game. It's a pretty decent remake version overall. And if you don't have the patience to deal with all the grinding in NES Final Fantasy, I definitely recommend either GBA or PSP as a way to get a much more accessible version of this same storyline. What's the point of doing the number game in GBA? So in GBA they give you prizes, and some of the prizes are quite good. NES, you get 50 gold for finishing, which is nothing. But GBA, you get an assortment of prizes, some of which can save you significant times in speedruns. One of the prizes is an emergency exit, which is basically one-time use of the exit spell. You can imagine that's quite good for escaping after beating the vampire, instead of having to walk all the way back up Earth Cave. There is these items called Fangs, which there is one for each of the 3 elements. So there's an Ice Fang, a Fire Fang, and a Lit Fang, which is a one-time Ice 2, Lit 2, or Fire 2. And there's Curtains, which are a one-time A Fire, A Ice, or A Lit. And all of them have different uses. For like 4 White Mages, you want to get a bunch of Fangs so that you can beat Astos without having to do a lot of grinding. Speedrun, you want to get Curtains so that you have A Ice on Lich. And the emergency exit is just good all around. You can also get Mega Elixirs for first place on the 15 puzzle. Now here we go. Will we beat Lich, or will Lich turn on the ice? So far, no deaths. Ace survived. Yes, alright, everybody's through. Man, I hope he dies to these Fire 3s. There we go. Whew. I used up all my Fire 2s on the way down, thinking Fire 3 is going to be plenty for beating him, and nope, it was tight. All right, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to try to get through ordeals without changing my route at all. So we're going to do marathon route through ordeals, ideally. Is the game easier now? I don't think it gets easier until after Ice Cave, really. You're going to have a lot of things that are still tough because of the level up requirements not being met, but once I get the ability to grind levels, then things are going to really, really improve. We do stop at Melmon, right? Come out of Earth Cave here. Yeah, I think we do. I mean, either way, it's only 2 extra steps. We're gonna farm the eye. Once I get pro rings, I could potentially do the eye. I'm thinking about doing a grind up waterfall trap tile. That one's pretty safe because you don't have any other battles coming in. The whiz mummies are pretty good XP overall. You can get up to 2.5 agamas per trap tile. And you got warp to get you back out safely after the grind is done. So as long as somebody survives, then you're in good shape. Okay, it's 2 skips right here. Nope, one step off. All right, well that gets me back on to step route then. Is this run about to get more difficult? I mean, it's been pretty tough so far for the early game, just getting survival on things. It will hopefully not turn out to be super tough before I get through Ice Cave. I am a little bit worried about this stretch coming up. And then, the only reason it's not going to be super tough is because I'm going to do a whole lot of grinding before we do late game. And then Temple of Fiends is going to be really, really hard. Temple of Fiends, I can't do anything about making that not get very, very difficult. Alright, let's go ahead, buy a whole bunch of items here. So let's see what we can pick up. Need to restock my heal potions. Want to be at 99 of those. I think our pure potions are pretty good. I can think about starting to get cabins. A little bit of extra overworld walking recovery. Kraken 1 should be not bad. We'll have lit 3s for Kraken 1, which will do pretty good damage. But yeah, we will die in a single hit against him for each of the mages. So you have to hope that you can beat Kraken before he beats you. And that really is about whether he does ink for a couple of rounds at the start. I think if I get 3 rounds, I can kill him. And the first round, if it's not a death against the mages, probably have enough total cast at lit 3 to make it work. Do pro rings give defense? Yes, it's 8 absorb for pro ring, which is really good. That is the best glove slot item you can have for defense. Same defense actually as the opal gauntlet that the knight has, so it's kind of ridiculous how good the pro ring is. Let me check to see. I think it's 12,000, 20,000 for these. So we will need a lot of money before I can get those spells. And we'll need some more levels as well. So we got a little bit of time before I worry about 6-tier spells. But they'll be coming soon. Once I do my grind post-ordeals, we will get our pro rings, probably do more grinding at that point, and then start getting lit 3s. Okay, let's see. I'm going to be looking at ordeals here for what's coming up. I want to be correct on this walking as well. Believe that we don't get anything on the way back. At least nothing notable here. This is normally where you'd be getting a whole bunch of defensive gear for the fighters. Don't want to save my Fire 2s. I think we can afford to use these up. We'll have one round here, and then we have Zomble fights, Wiz Mummy fights, and Zombie D fights, and we have Fire 3s as well on top to make sure we can get them. How many tries did Lich take? Lich was first try. Like, we have Fire 3, so I made sure that I had a Fire 3 cast and also enough HP to survive Lich's Ice 2, except one person was short. But 3 out of 4 people were pretty much guaranteed to make it. Tiamat weak to any elemental spells. Tiamat is weak to poison, which is why Bane and Brack are so effective. I'll be probably doing Bane against her. Bane's about a 1 in 7 chance, and we'll have 4 Banes per round, ideally. So that is a pretty high chance that she goes down in 2 turns. That's why the Bane Sword is the strategy that you sometimes see used against Tiamat. It's also really fun. Let's see what this battle is. I think it is Catman. Yeah. Alright, so I need to do one more skip as well. I could go into Ordeals early, get an extra Zombo fight. But I feel like I don't need to risk that. So let's go ahead and grab that. And this should be the normal route through for Marathon route. That means Wiz Mummy first, Zomble second, and we can take the fast path around the Nightmare instead of having to do 2 Nightmare battles. We could actually beat Nightmares because we have Ice 2s, but I don't know if I want to risk it. Maybe we will. Maybe we will risk it. We're gonna get Man-Cats. There's gonna be no Man-Cats unless I take extra steps somewhere. Man-Cats would be not the next battle, which is Zombles, but the one after it. And then, I don't think there's any Man-Cats coming up for a while on the 3rd floor, but there's Argoyles if you take too many steps. Argoyles are actually worse than Man-Cats. Since you can have a pack of 6 Argoyles, whereas 5 is the max for the Man-Cat pack. 7 Argoyles. I think it's 3 to 7 instead of 3 to 5. I know it's definitely more. Only 1 Zomble. I am saddened. Missing out on my Zomble experience. We had so many Zombles, though, at Peninsula Power that we're probably doing okay here. And our last battle should be another Wiz Mummy fight, right where we get the Ice Sword, I want to say. Actually, it's a little bit after we get the Ice Sword. I think we get the Ice Sword and Gold Bracelet and come back down, and then the Wiz Mummy battle happens then. Does Judgment Staff exist in NES? No. It is PSP for when they added all the new items. So NES and GBA for your equipment is basically the same. But for PSP, they put in an entirely new set of gear that really, really changes the balance of the game. They also put in a much harder optional dungeon. GBA optional dungeons, there's one that I think is pretty tough, but for the most part, if you can beat Chaos, you can beat all the optional dungeons. Whereas PSP, Chronadia is quite difficult. Alright, there's our first healing item. Our first healing item in the entire game. Coming at Ordeals. Ice Sword will sell for some cash. Gold Bracelet we actually can use. That's Steel Gauntlet, which is not valuable enough to be worth picking up. Oh man, this is gonna hurt. There's a Mummy Pain coming our way. Hopefully Cal does not die here. Hopefully Dan does not die. Just have nobody die. That'd be the perfect thing. You're getting the Fire 3s. We are upgrading these mummies. Yeah, the Omega Shinryu dungeon, which is the Final Fantasy V one, is the hardest of the GBA dungeons. That one probably, unless you really cheese the fights, is legitimately significantly harder than Chaos. The last one, which is I think it's Whisperwind. I think it's Whisperwind. It's the last one. Life Spring is the Final Fantasy V one, but the Final Fantasy VI one, I think, is not nearly as tough. Mostly that it's just really, really long. And look at that, double zombie Ds for us. I'm not going to do any extra zombie Ds here, even though we do have plenty of spell charges. Because of aforementioned Argoyles that are coming our way. There we go. Ordeal's complete. Instant death through Pro Ring. I think the Chupon battle, when he does the breath attack, ignores all your resistances. It's just like an instant death crush attack. So there is one that's like that. Alright, we got what we came for. The tail is ours, but we do not have a flying vehicle. It'll take me to bomb it in this unnecessarily long hallway, so we must go acquire that first. That means it is time to head to the ice cave. We're doing on money. 37k. I might pick up the fast spells now. Should I just wait until like the really, really bitter end? I think I'll wait. If I can get the money here for pro rings and start getting lit 3s, that'll help with my grind. By the time I finish up this bit, we'll be really close to having our first 6-tier spell charge. Oh, and I should also get more soft potions while I'm thinking about it. That'll be 2,400. Oh yeah, if Temper and Saber in this game worked, this version would be way easier to deal with. Just being able to buff somebody dramatically changes how the game plays. So like the remakes, when you have Temper and Saber, you're doing everything so much easier. Despite having no RNG manipulation to keep the bad encounters away, it's still not all that dangerous for a lot of locations. Does haste work? Yes, fast does work correctly. It's pretty much the only combat buff that functions properly besides the ones that improve your evasion skills. Like, Invis or Ruse. I guess Fog works too. The ones that improve your armor rating. Saber is self-only, yes. So the Black Mage Saber, 7th tier I want to say? Basically useless, even if it wasn't broken, since you would have really no reason for a Black Wizard to ever buff themselves. But since it doesn't work at all, it means we don't need to worry about it. Oh yeah, the music remixes are pretty good. They have redone Final Fantasy 3, 4, 5, and 6 music for PSP. That was often my intro when I was doing the PSP speedrunning, to work on that for a little bit. I actually almost have a hankering to do more PSP games. After I did the PSP Final Fantasy last year, I went out and got an PSP Go, which you can link with a controller so that you're not playing on the PSP itself with its really terrible joypad. Like my PSP, I've had for basically since it came out, and the shoulder buttons are starting to stick. So it's really tough to do a lot of the inputs for the Final Fantasy glitched route, since you have to do the shoulder button very precisely on the right frame to do the glitch in the game. But now that I've got the PSP Go, I can use a PSP or PS3 controller with it. And hopefully it'll be a little bit more fun to do those again. Didn't like the Final Fantasy IV remake rebalance. Yeah, the latest one, the pseudo 3D one, not the PSP one, but the one that's on the DS and on the PC, is actually much harder because I think that they did something with the battle speed for turns that make the enemies get like twice as many turns at least compared to the previous versions. It's really painful for some of the fights, like CPU and things that are like that, where they are kind of like these scripted actions. They just blaze through so quickly that you are really hard pressed to keep up. I don't know if that was intentional or if that was just they're trying to balance other gameplay changes that happen, but I don't like it for comparison. Hey, Chuck Cuomo, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Let's get a couple more tents down. Let me fix up some things here. So we want to put, I guess, that on you. Let's put Ace with the heal staff. Dan's going to sell that ice sword later. We just hold on to it for right now. Going to sell the silver bracelet as well. We got Zeus Gauntlet down on Cal. Looks good. So begins the ice cave. So we need to skip 2 battles here to get rid of some of our wizard fights. But luckily I'm not too worried about spell charges. That is one thing we will have plenty of. I am worried though about the undead battles. We will not have the ice shield to help us escape. Normally you have the ice shield on one of your fighters about halfway through this dungeon, and then you can have a much higher chance of not getting paralyzed. But that is not an option for us here. Alright. Cockatrice Mummy, please don't die. Most of you, please don't die. Some of you don't die. Can we get a turn? There we go. Okay, I believe this was my party order before. I should just get them into a better order here. So let's put A, B, C, D from now on, because it's going to be different equipment on everybody. So I'll have to do this to keep party orders straight. There we go. So Ace needs the gold bracelet. Kettle Zeus is not a problem. Dan, though, will need the heal staff. Alright, looks good. Hey, Linux Mint, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. We're definitely going to need them. This is where the game's going to be challenging for a little bit. Then I have to do a whole lot of grinding post Ice Cave to be able to survive anything else. This is still cutting it quite close, having not done any grinding since prior to Marsh Cave. Oh, I didn't know that the PC version had a difficulty switch. I thought it was just, like, the normal difficulty was the one that had the really buffed monsters. In which case, hard mode is probably even worse, but I thought the normal was pretty bad. It's been a while since I tried it. I got it when it first came out. And then did the, probably shortest playthrough I could to get through the game. I didn't do any of the optional stuff on the side. One day, maybe I'll come back to it. Hey, Day Sparky. Yeah, the alphabetical order is going to be required from now on, now that we actually have specialization. At the beginning of the game, like, so long, it didn't matter who was standing where, because everybody had the same spells. And if you didn't have a spell slot, you just pick something else for that character to do. Because you just want to, like, all fire 2, or all ice, or all fire 1, depending on where you were. Yeah, 3 fire 2s. So it looks like we'll need a decent turn order for the Wraith battles. There's a couple of solid Wraith encounters coming up that can up to 6 Wraiths at a time. Those I'm kind of worried about. I'm also worried about these guys. Frost Giant, Frost Wolf. The Frost Breath attack is 96 maximum damage, and the Frost Giant could probably one-shot the Black Mages here. Okay, Frost Wolf doesn't go off. We'll have a couple of these fights, unfortunately. It's a dangerous encounter. I'm thinking about maybe just using the Fire 3s here. We're not going to mess around. I could try Fire 1, because I know Frost Giant's pretty close, but please don't miss. Okay, nice, 14. We would need to get 301 hit points to guarantee that we didn't die to XXXX, and as you can see, that's not going to happen for a really long time on Black Mages. Fighters would have 301 hit points at, like, level 12. Guaranteed. Level 11 is a stretch for him, but like level 12, it's always automatic. I can grab Flame Sword here. Sell that for later. I was thinking about rerouting this to cut out an encounter or two, but I think it's safer to just do the route that I know. Pick up all the cash that I would otherwise not need. We maybe come back here for getting the Ice Mail, and do the same thing in Guru for Flame Mail just to sell. There's so much money that is required. Depends on where I grind for whether I'm going to be able to afford everything in a timely fashion. Yeah, the HP gap's fairly noticeable right now, but the way it works is there's like a 5 HP spread on the strong level ups. The normal level ups, unless you get behind in Vitality, and I think the Black Mages could actually get some Vitality spread, so like a 1 point difference on the weak level ups, but it's mostly going to be the strong level ups. Do you roll high or do you roll low each time those come around? Don't get that last chest. That has a Frost Wolf encounter in front of it. 3 to 7 Frost Wolves. And you get something ridiculous like 50 gold inside. It is a complete trap setup on that. Here it is, Frost Giant number 3. So this will be the last Frost Giant battle. Which is good, because we're starting to run really low on spells here. Alright, so Dan's basically out of spells. Everybody else has their Fire 3 charges left. So they're probably good to go for the Wraith fights, if necessary, to Fire 3 our way out of those. So I think we should be okay, as long as we don't lose too many people on the eye fight. I'll be doing Ice 2s, as that'll be the highest damage move that I can use against the eye. So it should be a 2-round battle, or maybe a 1-round battle if we get good rolls. Do I get the 10,000 here? It's up on the first floor. Yeah, I think I do. I think I grabbed the 10,000 gold in this route. So much damage. Arbone's still our only true friend here in the Ice Cave. All the other encounters pretty terrible. Arbone actually not too bad. I feel like I shouldn't get this encounter. Why do we get wizards here? Actually, Cal, you've got the Zeus? Yeah, there we go. We have another source of lit too from that. I'm worried now that we have this fight. Very worried because of the dying, but also because I'm not sure if I'm supposed to have this battle right now. I mean, 2 encounter skips, get the flame sword. Maybe I wasn't supposed to get... Oh, I'm not sure if I was supposed to get the cash in the upper row in this route anymore. It used to be that I had enough steps to get all of the cash in that room, and this might be one where I'm supposed to only get the bottom row of cash. I'm like 5 steps off. That could be bad. Could be bad at the end. We'll see. Shouldn't need to heal all the way for the eye fight because he's mostly about instant death. We're either going to live or we're going to die horribly in some unpredictable fashion. So here we go. It is high time for the eye time. We're going to get our ice 3s, or ice 2s going. If we had ice 3s, we'd be probably ridiculously overleveled at this point. There we go. Good eye fight right there. I'm going to do the more traditional split at the floater chest. Mage is incoming. I don't think it's Mage's guy. I think it's a Gurpeed fight, and then maybe an extra Cockatrice fight. Oh, that was a nice one to get a first strike on. See you later, Trap Tile. Yeah, there's Gurpeed. Gurpeed used to be part of the route. And then Gregpeed, unfortunately, decided to make himself scarce, and we never saw him again. But now I think I get... It's either a wizard fight or a cockatrice fight. Either way is not great, but should be survivable at this point. So up and around we go. Let's see what happens. Wizards. Okay. That's what I thought. Ice 2 or Fire 3? I think Fire 3 is actually the better choice here. We're going to get both resistant, and then Lit 2 beats them out, and you've got Ice 2 as your only choice. There we go. Fire 3, 40 damage, 39, 40, yeah. See, Lit 2 is actually significantly better than this in terms of average wizard attack. There we go. Wizards are out of the way. Be able to get back on a step route here. Not really critical to do that. Because this isn't the most dangerous part of the game. This is like Ochos and Hydras I would have if I was to improvise a lot. It does seem like Final Fantasy XIV has had an actual decent resurgence of interest recently. I'm not sure what's going on, whether there is just not much competition that's happening, and so 14 is drawing all the players, or if 14 is doing something really well. But I've noticed that a lot of people have been sucked into that. New expansion pack. Yeah, that would explain it. It gets everybody back again for 4 to 8 weeks. Alright, so we should be good. I believe we will get to our airship with nothing major along the way. Could possibly get like a troll fight or something at the coast before we get in there, so I can drop a tent at the shoreline. I have a lot of things to sell, so we'll see what I can afford in terms of getting pro rings right now. I want to have pro rings for grinding at the waterfall, and do I even? No, I don't want to. Ooh, I'm debating about the order of these things here. Unlike most times, we don't have a really good setup for carry, so thinking about doing waterfall before carry, maybe even mermaids at Sea Shrine before carry, so that we have extra time to get our situation in order. But for now, let's go. Let's see. Let's go to do it this way. I think we would go in the old route. I'm trying to remember what it used to be. I want to say we went just like we were going to Ordeals, right until we saw Marsh Cave and then down. This puts me a little bit to the east of Vomits Cave. There we go. And on in we go to Vomits unnecessarily long hallways, where if we had Final Fantasy, I'd be getting attached right now. but we do not, so we will just enjoy the walk. The long leisurely stroll back and forth. You can get attached if you want. Just won't do anything. Attachment optional. And there we go. Mr. Dragon, please give me a nice class change there. So now we can get the upgraded Black Mage, which I actually don't like his overworld sprite as much. The original Black Mage is so adorable, especially when his hat is poking out of the grass going through trees. But this is going to be our overworld sprite for the rest of the game. We have the Black Wizards. He does have shoulder pads, that is true. The shoulder pads of destiny are equipped on all of our mages now. And there we go. Alright, so what is our situation like? So we have 100,000 gold, and I think if we sold all of our gear, we might be able to get some of the stuff that I need. So I'm going to buy the bottle. I may need to rob Cardia. Let me do that. I don't remember which of these treasure chests have the good stuff, so I'm just going to grab everything. There's like another 10,000 or 20,000 cash here in Cardia that I can pick up. Because we need 32,000 for the warp spells, and we need 80,000 for the pro rings. That's definitely not happening, but I can get probably 2 warp spells and 4 pro rings. Just need to make sure that the people with warp don't die in the waterfall grind. Also make sure I don't accidentally use up their warp charges. It'll be really important to keep a 5th tier spell charge around for all those fights. Nocturnal, this is not a randomizer run. This is 4 Black Mages in the base game. We have just finished up the Ice Cave, and now we need to do a lot of preparation before we can take on any more of the dungeons. So just go ahead and claim in some stuff here. I guess it's just the far right one that we want, the one that has the forest on it. I know in the remakes, one of these is like an elixir, and so the remakes comes to more than one of the Cardi Islands. But I guess NES, this is the only one that matters for extra cash. Most of this item collection complete. I got Ice Sword to sell, Flame Sword to sell. How much else can I get away with? I didn't pick up the ice armor, because that would have been too far out of the way. There's a couple things we could do that would maybe help me out. I'm actually leaning towards fully gearing up with pro rings, potentially, and then getting like 1 warp charge just to have as the backup. Try to get through Waterfall that way. Once I get through Waterfall once, you know, I get the wizard staff. That's a lot of money. That's enough for all the rest of my warps. Hey, Waters, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and hope you enjoyed the show. We will probably have more Black Mages tomorrow for you as well. Alright, so there goes Flame Sword. Who had the Ice Sword? You did. Definitely holding on to that heal staff. One of my few healing options that I can use. There's the Cat Claw. 65,000 bucks a pop. I think we're going to wait a while before we worry about those. What do you have extra? Oh, Ice Shield can go. Somebody's got a silver bracelet extra. There we go. And let's get you a pro ring. We'll get you a pro ring. We need gold bracelets as well. We're going to spend so much money in this shop by the time that we are done with this game. The town of Gaia is enriched by our presence. Because we'll want to get another gold bracelet as well at some point. That'll be 50,000. So there we go. Pro-ring, 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 and pro-ring all around. So now we are protected from the eye's instant death. Also protected against the Paralysk's instant death, which is the important part of the waterfall that I worried about. Actually, no, this is not a good shop to buy the heal potions at. I think I'm only going to be able to afford one warp charge, which worries me. 66 heal potions might be enough for doing a waterfall grind. I know we'll take a lot of damage per trip through there. Don't have the bracelet equipped? Did I sell the wrong one? No, I did. Thank you for pointing that out. I had 2 silver bracelets in Dan's inventory because of the swap around. And I didn't know which one was currently being worn. So there we go. We got pro rings for everybody. And I have enough cash left over to get 2 warp spells. Alright, so the plan is get 2 warp spells. Let's do waterfall. And try to knock that out. Do I have a 6-tier spell charge yet? I don't think so. Yeah, we still, I think it's level 16 for 6-tier spell charges. Got a little bit of time left. Second Melmon visit? I'll do more Melmon visits for you, Tipo. This is just for you. Okay, Cal and Dan are going to get warp charges here. You know what? Let's do another one just for Tipo. There you go. More Melmons. Not going to stay there very long. We're pretty much at our limits already for tolerance at that place. Alright, so we're going to do waterfall. I'm going to try to stay here as long as possible, grinding before warping out. That'll be pretty much only like a handful of battles, so it's not a super long grind each time through. But I want to grab as many encounters as I can for the Whiz Mummy pack especially. Can probably take some nightmares along the way. Let's see, this side. Okay. Wow, that pro-ring really helps. 8 extra defense is almost the difference between Silver Bracelet and Iron Armor. So we're kind of closing in a little bit on what the fighters would have defensively at Marsh Cave. We're almost up to the Marsh Cave level of protection. Looks good there. Let's grow in. I didn't bother resetting the encounters because it's pretty much the same fights throughout this place, regardless of when you enter, unless you're 128 battles or so in. That's when you first start having to worry about gas dragons showing up. But the first 127 battles, just a mix of nightmares, mummies, and mudgalls for the most part. Paralysts are here in small numbers, but those are actually an easy fight for us. Oh boy, I'm worried about these mudgalls. Run away. Get out of there. Don't get hit by bottom. Mudgall, please. Okay. Ghastly is a random encounter here. It is only seen at the very end of the encounter cycle, so unless you're doing single segment or you have a casual game where you've left it on for quite a while, you're actually totally safe. So if you reset outside of Waterfall or anywhere near here, no worries. Oh, the mud golems again! Why are the mud golems being so terrible? Somebody paid them off, I know it. Will there be a Thanksgiving out-of-bounds bat setting? I don't know. We'll find out. We have a couple more fights until we might see a friendly bat flapping his wings in the inky greenness of space. And if we do see him, we will be happy to have his constant companionship as we do our waterfall trap tile grind. Nightmare's the only thing in here that are weak to ice, so you might as well go all out on him. 200 damage is possible with a single ice too. And each of those nightmares is a half Agama, which, since we can't really kill Agamas very effectively, not too bad of a substitute. Normally I don't really care about nightmares because you've done the Agama grind before coming here. And let's look to the south. After this encounter, will we see an out-of-bounds bat down there? We have a couple of steps as we walk along here, but usually you want to see him the very first step that you get to the bottom. Increasing suspense. Out-of-bounds bat is not present today. Looks like he's on holiday for the Thanksgiving period here, but maybe tomorrow. Oh no, Dan's dead. Well, there goes my grind. Good job, Dan. You have ruined everything for my setup here. Well, I guess that's okay. Dan's gonna miss out on 2.5 Agamas worth of experience. Kind of a painful thing there. Also, we only have the one warp cast left on Cal, so hopefully he doesn't die. We were so close to getting this started. But Dan now separated from the rest of the pack by 2.5 Agamas, and that means he is probably going to be permanently a decent-sized chunk of a level off. Okay, let's see what we get. That's about 25,000. We have our ribbon. 38,000. I think it's about 60,000 for everything in here. Although I probably am not going to sell the defense sword. And in. There we go. All of it is good. Well, see you later, Waterfall. I had hoped to stay there longer, but somebody prevented that from happening. So Wizard Staff can go. Defense I'm going to hold on to. Let's put that into Dan's inventory for right now. Make our way over to Sea Shrine to grab the Mermaid Floor items. Mermaid Floor is going to have some pretty good stuff. I'm going to clean that place out. And then we'll see if we can get the money situation to the point where it is possible to start getting lit 3s for the team, as well as the rest of my warp charges. I can definitely get the warps, but lit 3 is another 20,000 a pop. Or maybe the gold bracelet first. I go gold bracelet first. That's 50,000. Far away from the warp charge or the lit 3 charges. I'm actually pretty far away. Let's get the gold bracelet first, and then we'll worry about the rest. So here we go. Time to get Dan revived again. Oh, I definitely bought Dan a phone because I totally called it with his death. I totally called it. So I'm going to just get you out of the way. I actually want to do the normal Sea Shrine trip through here because I don't want to risk getting a whole bunch of bad encounters on the way up. Let's do that. And how many battles do I need to skip over? I think it is 6? 1? 4 battles. I need to skip 4 battles. 2? 3? Are sharks like 2.5 Agamas? No, the best shark battle is 2.1 Agamas. That's the shark big eye fight. Double Gur shark's 1.8 Agamas. And you don't really want to do lone sharks, although they wouldn't be too bad at this point. I think the problem though is that Lit 2 is not the fastest way of killing them, and they do hit for a lot of damage. We'll get a couple of shark battles, but the things you want to avoid are the ghost fights in particular. Ghosts are really bad news when you don't have a lot of defense or a lot of health. Alright, that looks correct. Can almost get up to second floor, but not quite with the route through here. Oh, and we probably want to get a lot of the items down on this floor as well, because that'll be significant cash we can raise by doing the item collection here. There's the opal armor. We want the light axe for actually killing things. That'll save me a bunch of spell charges to be able to light axe instead of fire 2ing the whiz mummies. Get the mage staff as well, so there's a second fire source. These water metals are not a bad fight when you have a lot of ice 2s to work with. 3 of them might be scary if they all, like, tag teamed a single character for their attacks. They do hurt quite a lot on their offense, but the ice 2 will exploit their defense for 50% bonus damage. Just like the nightmares. Hit a Warmech on the base game recently. Did we end up hitting that Warmech? I know we were close to Warmech. I think we decided to not do the Warmech. It was probably for the best that we skipped the Warmech encounter. And who remembers what's in the chests in here in the base game? I certainly don't, so I'm going to pick them all up. I know that there is like another 25,000 if I grab all this stuff. Gonna sell the opal armor, the opal shield, and the opal gauntlet. Do we pick up in here? That's going to be most of my armor space used up. There's the 10 gold chest. I remember that one. Are ghosts still in dangerous encounter with the Black Mages? Yeah, because if the ghosts take a turn before we do, they can either one-shot us or come really close. Okay, moving around. Alright, there's an opal shield. I might not have enough room for selling all this stuff at the end. I mean, I could throw a cap away. That's actually not a big deal. Throwing a cap away will be the better choice than to pass up on like a 5,000 gold item to sell. Do I know how Turner works in Final Fantasy 3? I don't. I know 1 and 2 are very similar in many ways. But when they went to Final Fantasy 3, there was a bunch of really big changes to the game engine. And so there is not as much commonality. Alright, let's go ahead and get some cap space here. Another couple thousand that we can sell. Hey, Steve Twitch, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. We're just doing some Final Fantasy IV Black Mages. We're not actually at the Sea Shrine right now. I need to do a bunch of grinding before I can even take on Carrie. I thought about doing Kraken first, but I figure if I need to do all the leveling, it would be probably beneficial to do that before any of the remaining bosses. Okay, Ace didn't die. Forgot that he had taken a lot of damage in that previous fight. Do I have a grind spot? I'm targeting the waterfall trap tile. Waterfall trap tile, I think, beats out the Agamas or the Eyes for this party. At least until we get to Mirage. Once we can get to Mirage, then that becomes really good. So you know what? I bet I could do Mirage right now. thinking about how this this looks overall. The thing I always worry about with Mirage is that we don't have a lot of spell charges to work with, particularly not the higher tier ones, to make that battles go super fast. But I think that, you know, compared to the White Mage approach, which is mostly using items, we're going to be being able to mix in a lot of the third tier ones pretty soon. And that could be enough to push us over the top. Mirage is going to have frequently... the battles are going to be 1 to 2.5 Agamas. And so averaging out somewhere around 1.75 Agamas per encounter for the guards, for the vampires, for the bad men if you want to take those guys on, the Gru Medusas. There's lots of fights that are in that range. And so we can give that a try. Do I still bother with step routing? I'm actually doing step routing right now to do the entrance, but now that I'm on this floor, I don't need to worry about it because we have long since departed to pick up items that I wouldn't normally get. You like the Black Wizard overworld sprite, K-Shrek? I guess it's individual taste for these things. My feeling is that the big giant shoulder pads are not an improvement over the burrito. The Black Mage's hat just gets lost in the middle of a lot of the background tiles. It looks really funny. Whereas the Black Wizard is a more stodgy fellow. Yeah, Temple of Fiends Revisited is basically the big problem of this run overall. You know, we have Lit 3 to get through Sea Shrine. And so I think I can take on Tiamat without doing a billion years of grinding. It's going to be a lot of grinding, but not more than probably even Carry requires. And Tiamat we got Bane for. Carry we're just going to overwhelm with damage. By the time that we finish our grind, we should have pretty much enough damage with our spells that we could just sit there and do 600 before she can kill us. But at the end, like, what do you do for Temple of Fiends? There's just so many things that are just really, really tough about that place. And so my plan is to do 2 trips through. One time to get the Masmune, basically doing nukes for all of the fights that are important so that we can get the sword and get out. So we have warp charges to get all the way outside. And then the second trip, we use the Masmune fast it to do like Phantom and Lich and Carry and basically make the Fiends go down much more quickly. And hopefully we have enough charges left over at the end to take on Chaos. Who would a Masmune fight between White Mage or Black Mage? Black Mage is going to have fast, so they're going to be significantly at an advantage. That's the thing that is going to really help you in the late game, is the ability to fast and swing that Masmune for a lot of damage. Much more so than you're going to have with the setup for the White Mage party. The White Mages, their big advantage is that they can heal. They have lots and lots of healing spells, and they have revivals, and so you're not worried about people dying. But the Black Mages are going to be all offense. Alright, there we go. We got through there. I'm going to go pick up our remaining warp charges, go visit the fabulous Dr. Un, and think about the Bane spell. I don't really need Bane right now, but I'm thinking about it. So we definitely want to keep the Mage Staff. We definitely want to keep the Light Axe. Don't want to keep the Wizard Staff. Try to Wizard Staff carry. It would be a really good item to be able to sell off. That's a lot of money that I get for that. Okay. Oh, we can go down there. Let's do, hold on to that for a little bit. Okay, so you can get rid of the silver bracelet. You've got opal shield. You've got opal armor. You've got opal gauntlet and opal helmet. Alright, so that's all cleared out. I kind of need the money right away, but at the same time, if I do a grind here, I'll have a lot of money from post-grind. And so I'll be okay. I can't afford my lit 3s quite yet. So that is pushing me in a certain direction here. Alright, so warps away. Let's go ahead and get the Bane spells. That'll just be for the fun of it for Tiamat. Could maybe think about slow 2, but the odds of slow 2 landing on Kraken are pretty small. Might as well just go for like a Brack or something. Alright, that's all ready to go. We have 100k. That's gonna be enough to get me a gold bracelet here. So that'll be a plus. I could raid Mirage Tower for a lot of cash. Aegis Shield's there. If I get a heal helmet, I want to keep that. So that is more of an inventory block for the carrying capacity than anything else. Could redo the eye fights for a little bit to get money. Those are 32.25 a piece, so they're pretty good. Okay, Cal's gonna get rid of his silver. Find that gold bracelet in its place. Alright, looking good so far. Dan needs black shirt. Could also really use a ribbon here. But we'll put that off for a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to go to Mirage just to get the items out of it. Do have a lovely Thor hammer waiting for me. Hey, it's a Tyro. I probably don't want to kill the Tyro. He would take a long time. And we need our spell charges for other things. Will I do 4 cat claws? I don't think it's really worth it, to be honest. There's 65,000 a piece, but if I have plenty of cash left over, I will buy it just for you guys. I don't have the chime. I've just realized I need to go to Lufania first. Tibo realized I need to go to Lufania first. I was thinking I'd make a quick trip through, but we should probably finish this quest before doing so. So here we go, down to Lufania to get our second part, so we have our chime in hand. Giants we want to pass on. We'll take more Zombull fights. Frost Wolves are actually really dangerous here, so I'm going to be making sure that I don't get too many of those encounters. I think we have Zombull here that I need to reset to avoid Frost Wolves. Hey, look at that. There is a lot of Zombulls in this screen. 4 Zombulls in the swamp. I don't have money for Nuke. It's going to be a long time before I get the money for it, so it'll be like 2 or 3 hours from now when I go back for the Nuke spell. How hard does a T-Rex hit? I mean, he is a pretty big hitter. I think he's not as bad as a Rankolo, though. The Rankolo usually gets more respect from me because he can come in larger packs. Do we have some Zombull facts? Could have used Zombull facts back at Peninsula Power. By this point, Zombull is going to be a little bit of a rare breed. We do have Zombuls on this walk, but that's about it. What is the Zombul to Agama conversion? And the Zombul is 0.45 Agamas, I believe. No, it's not that good. 0.225, I want to say. Because 4 Zombuls is... No, 4 Zombuls is... 4 Zombuls is actually close to an Agama and a half. 3/8 of an Agama. That is my final answer. 3/8. Warmech to Akuma conversions. Warmech, I think we cranked this out as like 12.5 Agamas. Warmech is worth a lot of experience in gold. It is a pretty big fight. Alright, now we are set. Let's see, is there anything else I want to get? I would like to get some more heal potions before going in. Let's go ahead, just restock all the way. This trip is to grab stuff out of Mirage Tower. Most of it's just to sell. We'll pick up the Thor Hammer inside that we can use. Way to conserve some of our spell charges. And here we go. I think we have 54 heal potions to buy. I think I've bought surprisingly less heal potions than I thought, because most of the time, going through dungeons, I've had higher levels than normal, so I've been able to run away from a lot of the encounters. But the things that hit you, they hit you really hard. You're going to be looking at either an instant death on a Black Mage, or taking away a pretty significant fraction of their HP. .425 Agamas. That's actually close to what I thought initially. For some reason, though, I got hung up over whether Zombuls were actually worth that much. Because I was doing some multiplying, I was like, well, I can't be getting 2 Agamas worth of experience in that 4 Zombul fight. But then I realized it's actually closer to an Agama and a half. And that is true. 4 Zombuls is a little bit more than an Agama and a half worth of experience. It's like an Agama and a half, and then another fifth or so. $12.945 for the Warmech on the Agamas. That was also pretty close then. Maybe we should start saying 13 Agamas worth of experience. I wouldn't want to give people false impressions, but 12 is pessimistically rounding it down by too much. This inn is being blocked. Alright, so we got 50,000 cash right now. Not quite enough for our lit 3s. I need to get, what, 80,000 for my 4 lit 3s. That's my next big purchase to do here. But I think once we got the items out of here, then we'll be good. Then we'll be all good. Bill will not be all good. Bill had a little accident there. Moving. All right, so that's a nice skippable fight. I'm going to reset my encounters to the beginning of the encounter table when we go into Mirage. There's a couple of really good ones at the start that I want to pick up. And of course is the Guard Vampire Guard sequence. This is something I do get for the Marathon Safe route. You do get a little bit of this in the any percent as well, but Marathon Safe can exploit it more fully. Zeus and Lit 2. 4 Lit 2 should kill him. We want more guards than vampires, because vampires hit you for a lot of damage and guards do not. Guard down. Vampire Guard, I think we end up getting the one Catman fight, I want to say. But a lot of the other battles in here are not bad. The Catmans are a fearsome foe. Nice, got the Fire 3 off. Fire 3, a much better chance of one-shotting vampires. Got half of them there. He's still alive thanks to that opal bracelet. I think the Sea Shrine trip was pretty profitable right here. How to deal with the man cats? The man cats are going to be only upstairs that we need to worry about. That's when we're going through Sky Castle. There's one man cat battle. I'll have 3 ribbons at that point. And 4th Black Mage is going to have to hope that the battle goes well. Just going to have to hope. The white shirt would give you fire resistance, but the black shirt does not. Black shirt is time resistance, which is useful because Phantom has a bunch of time magic skills, but not too many other people are going to be really impressed by that. Right, there's the guards out of the way. Time magic, yep, there's 8 elements in Final Fantasy 1. Fire, Ice, Lightning, you probably figured out. Poison, you might have figured out. But then the other ones are very obscure. You got Status, you got Earth, you got Time. I guess Death you would figure out as well. Those are the 8. Fire, Ice, Lightning, Poison, Status, Earth, Death, and Time. Ever been nuked by an evil man in a speedrun? No. Never been nuked by an evil man. He's come close several times, though. Gotten quite a few X-Furs off. But usually, you know, the only situation where it would really happen is if we get ambushed by evil man. That's like an 8% chance, and then he has to cast a spell, which is a 25% chance. And then he has to beat me in turn order, which is like a 40% chance, and then he has to cast another spell, which is another 25% chance. So all those things would have to happen in order to get nuked. And that is a pretty unlikely series of circumstances. Do I want the Cerebi? Their attack is actually not going to be too bad. The alternative is Nightmare Badman downstairs, which has, I think, a lower average XP value. I think we want the Cerebus. We're going to go take 2 battles up here. Look at all that good stuff. Most of it to be sold. Thorhammer, though, we can put, I mean, anybody except for Cal. Start the sell pile here. Cal's gonna have Zeus. Dan's got Mage. Then I guess Ace gets Light Axe. There we go. We have Sun Sword to sell. Dragon Mail to sell, which should sell for a whole bunch. And we'll get a ton of money in here as well. Those vampires are worth a lot of gold in large quantities. Go ahead and get an Agma and a half here. I used to not like the Cerebus fight. I used to not like the Manicore fight, but then I realized a lot of these battles are actually pretty easy. And almost everything in here is an Agma encounter plus, or a half Agma per monster. So you might as well take what you can. whenever you are traveling through. Why put crappy daggers? It's better than punching. If you have to swing, you might as well get, 5 damage instead of 0. Thor, Hammer, and Zeus both cast Lit 2, that's correct. Thor and Zeus are Lit 2, Mage Staff is Fire 2, Black Shirt is Ice 2, and Light Axe is Harm 2. Wizard Staff's Confuse, and Bane Sword's Bane. Those are all the offensive ones. You have a couple of defensive buffs, like the White Shirt casts Invis 2, and the Defense Sword casts Ruse. Giant's Glove casts Saber, but it doesn't do anything. Possibly Chaos with Fighter and Red Mage. Yeah, I mean, you can do Chaos with relatively small parties. You got to get the fast off, and hopefully you can keep them alive. That'd be one of the big challenges, just survival, going through that. I think we get a Sandworm here, so we probably want to skip it. Yeah, he's not a good fight. Ranklo is not a great fight, but better than Sandworm with his instant death. Does Saber work? Nope. Saber is totally broken. Totally busted. We're gonna go Crescent Lake, start picking up our Lit 3s now. Sun Sword can go, and Dragon Mail can go. That should be enough for all my Lit 3s. Might be enough for all of my fast spells as well. Then we can start working on the Ice 3s, and then finally the nukes at the end. Those Black Mages, like where you have intelligence boosting your spellcasting, they're pretty good. But the problem with Black Mages on those versions is that they've significantly buffed Chaos. So you can get to Chaos no problem. But the last fight is going to be really, really tough. Chaos has got 20,000 hit points. You're not going to be doing enough with your spell damage to take him out before you need a lot of healing. So what you have to do if you don't have any healing is to go for Mega Elixirs in like the 15 puzzle. And just hope that you can build a big stack of them. Alright, there's my Lit 3s. Alright, what is the most important thing to buy here? Pretty good for items overall. Could get a temporary gold bracelet until we got the cube, and then worked on that. Actually, we got the cube. We could try to get Black Shirt now. Forgot we'd already done Waterfall, so it is possible. It is possible for us to get the cube, get the Black Shirt, and the ribbon from upstairs there. Give that a try. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think with the 2 ribbons, we would have a pretty good chance against Carrie. Gotta be in that battle for a long time, so just surviving the elemental spells is quite difficult. Oh, definitely be like Cat Claw. Oh, maybe I get the Cat. Maybe a Fasted Cat Claw, just to show off. Fasted Cat Claw and a Wizard Staff on Carrie. Is that the best strategy? It probably is the most fun strategy. Who's got Thor? You do. So you got Thor, Zeus. You're Lit 2. There's another 2.5 Agamas. Delicious, delicious Agama experience here. Much faster than we'd get Agamas anywhere else. Other than maybe the Waterfall Trap tile. Because you can walk back and forth and not have to worry about moving as many steps for each encounter. 2 vampires. I mean, I'll still take an Agama. You got Light Axe, Fire 2, and you've got Mage. Ace was close. I'm actually surprised that Harm 2 can roll that 152 number. It's better than I thought overall for its damage. And vampires are really good money. So even though it's a small quantity for XP, the gold amount is quite nice. Each vampire, I think, is 2,000 gold. You like Harm Nocturnal? Harm, I think, gets a little bit of a bad rap because people are not used to it being really influential. If you have 4 white mages, it's definitely incredible to have. But I think if you have alternatives, like if you have red mages in your party, then you're going to be almost certainly preferring Fire 2 for all the undead fights. Just more consistent, reliable. What do I want for these battles here? I feel like... I mean, I need to get past Bloody first. I need to get past Bloody before I worry about anything else. Oh, 7 damage. Is Harmer thinking Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, Turn Undead from the Cleric class is basically the idea. Undead only, and White Mage only is the restriction for it. Alright, so the question is, can I beat Bloody? And the answer is probably this is not going to be going very well, because we don't have resistance to Thunder. But I want to give it a try to see if we can slip through and grab that black shirt from behind him. Did I kill Chaos with the White Mages to make him run away? I think I baned him. I think we used Bane on Chaos. There goes Bill, there goes Cal. Well, Dan's still up. Got 2 people casting spells at this guy. That's probably not enough. I guess Fire 3 is the better choice. I want to have enough warp spells to get out of here, but we also need to kill him. There goes Dan. Yeah. Come on, Ace, survive. Thunder would actually be better for us than a physical attack. Now nothing is good for us. Nothing is good for us at all. Alright, so we don't have what it takes to take out Bloody. Which means I can get the experience here, but I'm not going to be able to get the black shirt. Try again. So I'm going to go up there just because I will get more vampire fights upstairs. So it goes guard, vampire, guard, wyvern, worm, vampire, vampire, I think. And that'll be maybe some more wyverns than after that. But there's a sequence that you can go through that mostly you can grind on with elemental spells. Yeah, John Reese, the white shirt and black shirt are together. I want the black shirt because it's more defense for me. And I can use it for its Ice 2 ability. And that's helpful to have here. But until we can survive Bloody, which is going to be a little bit of time, I think we're going to have to temper our expectations. Lost a run to vampire bats? Yeah, I think that only happened once. I think there was one time where they actually killed a run. And there was another 2 or 3 times where they were able to pop back out with some time loss. And a lot of times where it's been very, very scarily close, but there's only been one time that's happened in Vampire. I think it also happened once in the Lich one, but that one was one of the ones where it popped back out. Disappointing here on this Vampire Guard sequence. Hopefully we'll get better stuff upstairs. Yeah, Wyvern, Vampire, Wyvern. Could take a Waterfall Trap Tile fight here as well, depending on how much I have left over in the tank at that point. So here we go. Let's get some XP. Nice. First strike. Mr. Fung Balls, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. How much longer are we planning to go tonight? Probably about 1.5 to 2 hours. I would like to do a big chunk of my grind here, and then also probably kill Carrie. My guess is it's going to be less than 12 hours. So if I do somewhere between 5.5 and 6 hours tonight, then I'll be plenty well positioned to be done with the run tomorrow. The other big thing is we need a lot of cash. I think if I do most of my grind either here in Waterfall Trap Tile, I might not need to bother picking up a lot of the other items along the way. I was thinking I was going to have to like grab the flame mail and the ice mail and all those other things. I picked up like the dragon mail and stuff here, but we're starting to close in on having enough cash to keep up with the current spells that I need. And that means by the time I actually get, you know, like a 7th tier spell charge, I should have 160,000 to go. Okay, one more battle here, then go back down. The average XP of these fights is very close to the average XP get the Waterfall Trap Tile. Waterfall Trap Tile would have the fights quicker because you wouldn't have to walk back and forth, but there's a lot of setup. So I think for the Black Mages, this might actually be a faster grind overall. Is Knight more expensive than a Mage? No, because the Knight's mostly things that you find as opposed to things that you have to pick up. So while the Knight has really, really expensive gear, it's acquired for free. And the Mage has to get, you know, all of the really, really expensive items in their own way. One monster at a time. Okay, we could do guard. Ooh, I'd rather do guard, trap tile, or guard, guard, guard. Actually pretty close. I don't know how many 3rd tier spell charges we have left on everybody. Basically different sets will be exercising each of my mages, because one half of them have lightning items, so they get free uses whenever we have a lightning weak monster like a guard, and then one half of them have fire items, so I probably just need to balance it out between the two. You got 2 more to go. You've got 2 more to go. All right, we're fine. I can do guard, guard, guard. And then probably Chimera is the last one. Chimera or Batman? But an eye grind with Cat Claw. I think that the eye grind is not terrible, but it's only 1 1/3 Agamas per eye. Like, that was 2 Agamas right there. So, this has got a lot of advantages in terms of super easy setup. You're right by the exit here, if you ever need to restock, and the eye takes a lot longer to get in there. Well, if it goes anything like the Thief one did, I ended up rotating grind spots just to avoid fatigue. Like, I do some Agamas for a while, then I do this place for a while, then I do Waterfall for a while, just back and forth, so that it was like no more than like 45 minutes at a grind spot at a time. Black Friday deal on Nuke. I think we're actually doing pretty good right now on money. We just hit another 100,000 after picking up all my lit 3s. So, I mean, I do need to buy some 7th tier spells. The ice 3s are coming up, but that is a ways away before I can use them. So I'm going to get all my ice 3s before I have the spell charges to use them, and probably all my nukes right around the time that I can get my first ice 3 going. Oh, it is tempting. It is tempting to get a Cat Claw right now. We have the money for it. We got a ways before, yeah, we got a ways before Ice 3. Maybe I'll get 1 Cat Claw. Just so that we can Cat Claw carry. I should probably do that so I can get the other ribbon from Sea Shrine. Because I'll do carry, and then we will kill Kraken. Ribbon's on the way to Kraken. And at that point, we probably do another grind. After having gotten 2 lit 3s for Kraken. Then we can kill him and then go for grinding to get past Bloody finally. Will Cat Claw do respectable damage? It really depends on your definition of respect. Okay, we do have 2 lit 3s, so that's good. Yeah, the critical hit rate on Cat Claws is not bad. Anything in the late game has really good critical hit rates, since there's a bug in how critical hits work that will make basically the order that the item is in the table be its critical hit rate instead of this other lookup that it's supposed to have done. Oh man, we lost Ace. And so if you think about, like, what, 56 weapons in the game, each position in the table is another 0.5% critical hit rate. And Cat Claws are pretty close to the end, so they'll get a decent amount overall. Masbean obviously is going to have a ton, and then things like the Excalibur and Katana are all up there as well. Katana was supposed to have a high critical hit rate, whereas most of these other things were not. Just your typical 2 Agama fight right there. I think that's like 2.2 Agamas. Rankalos are worth a lot of XP overall. Terrible, terrible gold. But a lot of XP. Alright, let's do it. I think I gave Wizard Staff to Cal. You know what? I think Dan's gonna get the Cat Claw. I can't think of anybody more appropriate to have this item. Oops, I gave it to Ace. No, we'll give it to Dan. I won't tease. There we go. Dan with the Cat Claw is gonna be all set for carry here. Oh, I need to actually revive before I can do that. Need to restock on heal potions, then we'll do Gurga Volcano. I think I can get a couple of Agamas worth of XP, so I might go through there, picking up the normal route for the most part. Go Ace back in front. And to Crescent Lake we go. Gonna do our shopping and then go to Gurgu. Cat Claw and Fast versus a big amount of damage that was going to be coming our way. Be interesting to see if this works out. Clinic charge 750. Yeah, they do a good job. They're the premium clinic. Unlike the Melmont Clinic, which involves just throwing your dead body in the graveyard and hoping that you turn into a zombie. That's the bad clinic. You don't want to go there. I actually done heal potion shopping. I thought I used more than that, but I guess not. We'll need to get rid of those cabins before I go through Gurgu. Anything else I can do right now to improve things? I don't think so. Alright, so to Gurgu we go. Hopefully this goes well. Hopefully this goes well. Nothing else, it's a pretty fast trip. Into the volcano. So we skip one battle there to get rid of a Sphinx fight that would otherwise hit you pretty early on the first floor there. Everything else is as normal on the way down, except for the fact that we have very little health. And that we don't really want to do an Agama grind. Okay, Fire Hydrant with Cremate. One Cremate we can survive. Up and around. Down to my favorite floor. Nothing but lava here. I mean, there are actually some non-lava tiles. But I only need to step on one of them. It's funny watching people do Volcano, trying to avoid all the lava, and then they get so many encounters as a result. The monsters in this place do actually take a big toll. If you are not skipping all the encounters with lava, then you're going to be exploring these passageways and probably running out of health before you get to the boss. Number one. Grey Worm going after Dan. Hopefully Dan doesn't die here. I think he'll be okay. Yeah, 1 damage per step. Well, really 4 damage per step because everybody takes 1 point. Is not a lot of damage when you think about it. Don't need the flame shield or the cash from the flame shield. So I'm going to pretend like I got it. This puts me 1 step ahead of the route. Walking onto the trap tile doesn't count as a step, but walking back does. So that's why it's a parity change for going through there. Could pick up some of this other stuff here. There is not that much value in Gurgu Volcano. Randomizer grabs it because there's just so much chest quality overall that you're probably going to find something. But in the base game, it's mostly like silver gear. There's a couple of silver helmets in here. And those are not going to sell for enough to be worth it. Giant sword is like 3,000 gold to sell. I think the chests like cap out at like 10k. So in general, not going to make a big difference here. And now it is a brief introduction to Agamas and Agama ecology. We'll be able to get a couple of Agamas here with our Ice 2s before we have to go. One Agama. Did you know Agamas are strongly allergic to Black Mages? What do we need for a level up? 6,000, so that would be more Agamas than I can deal with. Cat and Dan have cast every single Ice 2 so far. Finally we get some variety here. I mean, I wasn't complaining because they were doing a really good job killing these Agamas. Alright, we'll do 2 more Agamas. 2 more Agamas to keep the crowd happy. And last one. Alright, Agama finale time. You know what would really helped if I had bought those fast spells that I was involving as a key component of my plan versus carry. I have just now realized that we do not have fast for this fight. It's going to make things pretty tough. We'll give carry a try, though. I think the Gugu trip is fast enough that this is okay. I could have sworn that I had gone back to buy the fast at some point, but I guess not. So it'll be Cat Claw and Wizard Staff versus Carrie's Ferocious Arms of Doom. We'll see how long this lasts. He also has Fire 2, which is not good for us. Fire 2 is very unhealthy when you have this little health and no real resistance against it. Normally you'd have 2 people with the ability to block Fire 2, Ice Armor, and Ice Shield, but does not work out as well here. And let's see, you're going to Defense Sword, you're going to Heal Staff, you're going to Wizard Staff, and Dan is going to Cat Claw. Want to have Dan with the ribbon so he can survive as long as possible. Here we go. It is carry time. So defense, heal, wizard, punch. Ace is trying to block all the physical attacks. Bill's trying to keep us up and running. Cal's trying to keep carry on lockdown. If we get her confused, things go really well. And Cat Claw is going to be doing 40. So we got a lot of rounds. We have a lot of rounds to go. Confused. There we go. Good start. Two damage. Excellent. Only 298 more rounds at this pace. Carrie's always confused, so that's not going to work. And now Carrie's back up. So we got to get that Wizard Staff running this round again. Bill, no, you were not the person that was supposed to be punched. Ace was our punch target. Excellent. Confused working again. What's the confused chance? It's like, probably about 1 in 3. It's a decent odds of going off, but it is by no means guaranteed. Alright, so you're done with that. You're going to heal Staff. You're going to Wizard. And Dan's going to punch again. Carrie hits herself for 7 damage. She does more damage than Dan does. Somebody sold me on how awesome this Cat Claw was. I would like a refund. I believe that I was ripped off. I'm going to report this as a Melmon-related scam on my taxes. One damage, it's going down. It's going down. Okay, I guess Fire 3s now. It seems like Fire 3 would be a terrible idea, but since you resist all the elements, it actually is equally terrible. Well, it does a little bit less damage than Lit 3, because they're tiered in terms of value. Carrie's still confused. I'm very confident that Carrie has done more damage to herself than Dan has done now. Very confident in this. Alright, so I think I need to start having Cal take some rounds off the Confuse wand so that he can get some more lit 3s out. We're actually doing decent damage with these spells. We need 12 spell casts to do this. Dan with the Cat Claw. 3 damage. It's a new record. Recovery from status, it should be like, her magic defense check again. So we're actually getting really good luck. Yeah, she snapped out of it now. So now we're in trouble. Hopefully we've done enough damage in the meantime to take her out. Alright, so I guess we're going to heal staff again. You got to wizard. Dan, keep punching. Keep punching, Dan. Yeah, it turns out fast would be not very helpful. Because, evidently, Cat Claw sucks. Meanwhile, Ace has just been crushing her. I guess onto lit 2s now. Another heal staff. You got a wizard staff here. Dan, keep at it. Keep at it, Dan. There we go. Gary's confused again. They'll let Cal get some more damage off. 46! Dan has actually made contact with the boss. Oh, Carrie's unconfused again. Let's get another heal staff, wizard staff. I'm just gonna keep up with this. Dan's gotta eventually prove me wrong. The Cat Claw is actually a good item. 150 turns, Maelstrom. Carrie's got 600 health, not 400 like Lich. Oh no, Carrie's killed Dan. My plan is ruined. My brilliant plan has fallen apart. It is up to the lit 3s now. Let's be honest, we're probably doing more damage now that Dan is dead. There we go, Carrie's confused again. We should have her very soon. Got her. Excellent. So, turns out, the answer is not Cat Claw. The answer is never Cat Claw. If somebody tells you to use the Cat Claw, they are probably from Melmond and lying to you. But with that, Carrie has fallen. There's one more boss out of the way. Let's see if we can get Kraken as well before having to do our grind. Somebody from Gailang? No, they are definitely from Melmond, I can tell. I can tell that somebody is from Melmond just by the way they smell. Okay, you're gonna get Mage Staff here. Defense, we're gonna hold on to for later. You get Light Axe? Yeah. Can sell the Ice Sword that we picked up. I don't think we got any armor because I didn't pick up the Flame Shield. So Dan did almost 1/6 of the damage. My lead attacker got me 1/6 of the way there. Meanwhile, 5/6 was done with lit 3s. Lit 2s, Ice 2s, anything that Ace could spare. I think if Dan had been using lit 3s, we'd have finished that like 15 rounds faster. 15 rounds faster, if not more. But for now, let's go ahead and get our heal potions refreshed. We got 2 lit 3s on everybody for Kraken. And that'll be pretty good damage if we can make it down there in one piece. I'm going to avoid all of the ghost fights, obviously, but the rest of the dungeon is going to be unpredictable because I won't be doing my normal route where I do mermaids and Kraken all in one go. So I'll have to improvise on making it through. But a few levels that made the cat claw better. The cat claw was hitting pretty much every time, but it was doing 1 damage per hit. So the Black Mage does not get guaranteed strength ups like the fighter does. It is going to be a really long time before the Black Mage has noticeably more strength than he has right now. And that means that probably Cat Claw is going to be pretty bad until you're into like the 30s for your levels. I believe I used about 55 or so heal potions. Most of that on Lava. Some of that on Dan, probably unnecessarily. I regret all of the heal potions I used on Dan. Alright, heal pure softs back up. Should be good, ready to go. Anything else we need to adjust here? Yeah, Ribbon needs to go back to Ace. Oh, we could sell Wizard Staff now. That'll be even more cash I have. There's nothing else in the game that needs Wizard Staff besides carry. I think. Excellent. So that's at least 2 Ice 3s that we already have the money for. Or another Cat Claw. Why don't we get another Cat Claw? That sounds like a brilliant idea. Deals. All right, to the west we go. Should be pretty close to our landing spot. Yep, there we go. On to Sea Shrine once more. Hey, Green Pen, is Cat Claw preferable to Ice 3? No. We have determined that Cat Claw is worse than Steel Armor. If you thought that there was something that couldn't be improved on for futility, the Cat Claw has done it. Alright, into Sea Shrine here. So 4 battles to skip. That gets rid of both of the Naga fights that are early as well as the early Wiz Sahag. Is it worth purchasing Steel Armor again? No. It is not. Just because Cat Claw is worse does not make Steel Armor at all acceptable. Steel Armor, not even once. Okay, 4 battles in, that gets me Sea Snake at the start. I don't know where the Sea Snake is going to be, but it's going to be somewhere on the first floor. If you're going to the east side, it's 1 step before the staircase, so it's probably pretty far along the way. Here we go, over to Kraken. Cat Claw versus Steel Armor, the weapon that can't damage things, versus the armor that can't protect you from anything at all. It would be a close matchup for which one would injure themselves first. I imagine that's the only way somebody would lose, is self-injury. Ooh, we do have a lot of lobsters here. I'm worried about the lobster damage. This is why. Oh man, so much lobster damage. That's against people that have really good defense as well. Next up, more lobsters, and then sea troll lobster on this floor. I think we'll be off the floor by then, though. That's a lot of lobsters. More lobsters than I expected. Alright, sea troll lobster here, water, bottom floor, but that's not going to be where we go. We're going to go up to Gershark. Gershark's fine. This is also Gershark on this floor. I want the Gershark. Take a quick delay for Gershark here. I'm going to have lit 3s for Kraken, so the lit 2s can be used up along the way. Wait, who's got... My inventory is totally messed up now. So I guess Dan and Cal are the ones that have the Thor and Zeus items. There we go. Got a Wizhag battle coming up, which we have plenty of lit 2s for that. No, you guys got this. How bad would a team-up fight have to go if Dan's Cat Claw kills team-up before the Bane Sword? Infinitely bad. There's no way that Dan survives long enough to take team-up out with a Cat Claw. Even with a 997 damage head start, I think he still doesn't make it. Second floor is going to be Sahags here as well. Then we get a whole bunch of lobsters. Whole bunch of lobsters incoming. I probably want the water mentals more than I want the lobsters. Water mentals I can at least get XP from. Do I want the other light axe? I think 2 light axes doesn't really help this party all that much. It'd be for doing the waterfall grind, maybe the mirage grind, but we'll be ducking out often enough that you're almost certainly gonna have enough spell charges for other things before you run out of those. Arsag Wizhag is unrunnable, yes. Give Dan a cap. He's got so little going in his favor, he might as well have a cap to jauntily show off. Fight is 1 Agama. I think it's only like 0.7 Agamas, even with the double Wizhag. It's a really bad fight for XP. The Arsags are basically 0. All the Arsags together is between like 0.1 and 0.2 Agamas. And then the Wizhags are like a quarter Agama each. So if there's 2 of them, then you get up to like 0.75. Beautiful ice 2s. If only we had the black shirt. We could ice 2 as much as we wanted. We also have more defense for Dan. We had the black shirt. But that is neither here nor there. We do not have the ability to get past Thunder yet, as we determined. We'll be better at getting past it now that we can have 2 people with ribbons. Might be worth giving it another try pretty soon. Hey, Waxo, welcome in. So I'm going to cast Ice, the black shirt, which is what I want to get, but we are blocked by Blue D before I can realistically get there. The black shirt and the 3rd ribbon, one of the pro capes, those are all gated by Blue D here. These lobster battles are actually probably okay-ish experience. Because we have lit 2s, and they go down pretty fast on those, but I'm not willing to stick around in that fight for much longer than I strictly have to. What level we're at? 18 or 19 right now? 18. Except for Dan, who's 17. This is the level that we'd be finishing the speed run if we had a better party. Perfect. Right before Kraken is ideal, because now I know that I'm not going to get a battle after the boss fight's done. And what is our strategy? Our strategy is all the lit 3s and more. This is how we're going to beat Kraken. With the power of lit 3. We're going to give him the light. The diet brand version of the boss is much easier than the regular brand. Hey, Stalin, welcome in. Well, there goes Ace. Got all of our lit 3s off that round, though, so we are 2 lit 3s away from being done with this battle, and that guarantees I can do it this round. Got him. Tiamat is our last fiend to go, but it's going to be a while before we get to her. There we go. Dan catching up a little bit to the rest of the party now. How's my day going? It's going pretty good. We had a faster than I anticipated trip through a lot of the early parts of the game. So I'm feeling really good about the overall time. I'm probably going to drop that estimate from 12 hours to somewhere between 9 and 10 hours now. And that's at like the upper end, depending on how much grind that is required here. This grind will require a lot of houses, so I'm going to go ahead acquire many of those. Maybe some cabins as well at this point. I'll get my heal potions in a better spot when we are going to have them in the first part of the menu. I have to cabin up after housing, so that's why I need so many. I do have a lot of fire 3s, but remember that's also my warp charges. And I probably need to warp back down. I mean, definitely warp around Blue D, because we're not going to do him twice. But then warp almost all the way out of Sky Castle, which is like 5 charges that I need. How much faster would 4 Thieves have been with class change? Probably about 2 to 3 hours faster. Because everything up to class change, which was like 11 hours in, would be the same. And I imagine that you would not have to grind one of the Thieves up to 50. The rest of them, I mean, the rest of the grinding would go faster because you'd have way better gear and spells and things. So you could probably cut that post-class change time in half. While we're here, I think I can get some ice 3s. How much do I have? 80,000. I can get 2 ice 3s, I want to say. Starts my slow process of ice 3 purchases. Ice 3s are not even here. They're in Gaia. Never mind. This is Saber and Blind. 2 spells that you will never need. You will never need those. The only short floor Inuki is probably the very last one, when you're at the bottom of Mirage. Everything else is a decent length walk, at least like 30 or so steps. Alright, so now we are mostly set. I'm going to go grab my heal potions to restock on those. Start grinding away at Mirage for a bit. And see if we can get through Blue D by the end of the night. Is a bug saber more useful than the cat claw? I think that is true. I think saber is superior to cat claw, now that we have tested them. Saber only costs 45,000 that you have to throw in the trash. Cat claw costs 65,000 that you have to throw in the trash. Back to 99 heal potions we go. I think if I get level 20, I'll want to try Blue D again at that point. I feel like that was a good amount overall. We are doing 4 Black Mages, Stalin. 4 Black Belts was only about 7.5 hours. They would have been much slower getting to this point, but they would be well on their way to punching everything in the face really, really hard. Yeah, we're not even at our third 6th tier spell charge, so we got a little bit of time before 7th tier charge is going to pop up. I want to say it's 20 or 21 for the start of 7th tier, and then like... Actually, might be 20... Is it 21 and then 26? That sounds familiar for what the amounts are. For 7th and 8th tier for your first spell charge. Somewhere around there. And here we go. Time for more Mirage Tower. At the current Agama conversion rate, we'll be most likely able to get a level up per trip through here. Assuming we get more guards and vampires, of course. Can't skimp. Can't skimp on the guards. And only 3 vampires, so... a mere Agama and a half for this one. This is where Waterfall Trap Tile gets more enticing because you have less time between the battles. But then you get a lot more setup time to get through each loop, because this one you basically are right away into getting XP. And with this route there are no really bad encounters. Wyvern Worm is not the greatest, but the XP is still okay. Side is Zeus. There's the Thor. So I feel like this is still the superior grind for right now, at least for this team. If you had a team that could stay in a grind spot for a while, like the Black Belts can just punch the heck out of Agamas for a extended period of time, or Eyes, if you have enough safe tiles on those floors. Those would go better overall. Two. Well, Wyvern is the easier of the 2 to kill, so we should 1 round him. And I feel like we should at least grab our Agama while we can. Alright, Vampire, Wyvern... Trap Tile, Guard, Chimera, I think was the order. And that'll be 1 loop through here, which should hopefully use up pretty much all of my spell charges by the end. Mage, Light, Fire 2, Fire 2. The Trap Tile, it's going to average 3 Wiz Mummies per battle, which is... going to mean close to an Agama and a half for the experience. The ones in here are 1.75 Agamas average, so slightly higher. And then it just comes down to, is this walking between the battles better or worse than the really big walk you have setting up for the trap tile grind. Trap tile benefits, I think, more and more as you get enough spell charges to stay in there for extended periods of time. This is definitely better at the start, though. Wyvern worm fight. Again, no worms showing up. On the plus side, our lack of armor means that we're really good at dodging things. We have almost no weight penalty slowing us down. I'm going to use the White Mage strat of 42 for one guy with the Masmune. Probably that's going to be part of my strat overall. It's really tough to solo grind Black Mages, though. And so I'm going to have to be very close to the end before I can start that. I'm also planning to double trip through Temple of Fiends, since we have a much longer path through there overall. Basically go through once with nukes, and then come back once we have acquired the Masmune. And that way, the first time through, I'd only have to beat Phantom and the 3 Fiends, get the Masmune and get out. And then with Masmune, then it's a matter of, can I save enough spell charges on that trip, enough heal potions, that I can also do Tiamat and Chaos. Hey, K-Shark. Yep, it's pretty much grind time. We'll be grinding for a while here until I can realistically take on the last bits of Sky Castle. Or really the first bits of Sky Castle, because Blue D is kind of the big gatekeeper. If you can get past Blue D, I bet you can do all of Sky Castle, and you'll have plenty of Banes for Tiamat. What is an Agama? Let me show you. That's an Agama. Agama is also a very convenient unit of measurement, given their extreme amounts of value overall. Why did I go back up here? This was the wrong way to go. I wanted to go downstairs and get the guard fight instead, but I guess we'll do this, and then go back downstairs, get our guard fight as intended, or Nightmare Badman coming up. That could be another one to stick around for. How much damage could a Black Mage possibly do with the Masmune? Well, certainly more than they did with the Cat Claw. I feel like the Cat Claw has reached a new record for futility. And there's nowhere to go but up from there. Next, level 19 starting. Ace missing out on 19. He's been dead a couple times. Dan also missing out on 19 here. I should probably be doing more Fire 3s and Lit 3s now that I've got plenty of spell charges. Excellent guard pack. That's finally the guards I've been looking for. We have Nightmare Badman coming up. I think I want to take that one. I could do Chimera. Would we worry about Bill with Chimera? We worry about Bill a little bit of the cremates. No, wait, Bill's got a ribbon now. Bill was in slot 2 for that, so he's good. We can do Chimeras here. It's either Nightmare Badman, Chimera, or Cerberus, and they're all good fights. However, if I think about the distance traveled, probably can't get back up for these services unless I took a worse encounter previously on that fight. And the Chimeras, if they don't do this and decide to go missing, beat out the Nightmare Badman. I think on average Chimera wins, but Nightmare Badman's more consistent. Alright, there we go, one trip through. Got about 40,000 gold from doing that, as well as most of a level up. Ooh, and that was a strong level up too. So we actually are doing much better on HP now. I feel like 2021, I definitely want to try Blue D again. I think 2 of the mages would die almost immediately, but the other 2 could probably make it through the fight. Stalin, a PB doesn't really make sense here because this is a challenge run. You're not going to do these more than once, most likely. This is a spirit spot for gold. The vampires are really, really good for money. That one battle, if I took more vampire fights, or got more vampires in the battles, then we would be rolling in cash. Each vampire is 2,000. And so you're going to have between 4,000 and 10,000 gold per vampire battle. The rest of the fights here, not so great. Wiz Mummy and Mummy are actually pretty good for money, but the vampire are just amazing for money. I could actually focus more on vampires if I want to cash, but we're going to have enough money by the time I finish the level ups to buy all the spells. Far, far before I can even get those nukes or anything. Are Agamas herbivores, omnivores, or carnivores? Agamas exclusively eat electromagnetic radiation. Hey, Uptacular. Glad you've been enjoying the shows, and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Agamas don't eat light warriors, that is true. It is a myth that Agamas eat light warriors. Dan mostly just injures himself and falls down in Agama fights. Agamas were not even involved in those. Let's see. I guess party order doesn't really matter here all that much. We got vampire fights coming up, and so we'll just rotate around for damage. Hopefully nobody dies during these. The biggest thing is just messes up my order for knowing who's got what equipment. So that we should fix. Vampires ahoy. Wow, that was pretty solid hit there on Dan. He's still doing okay. Dan's doing fine. He's got no problems in life. Other than his cat claw. Cat claw is giving him problems. Okay, vampire, wyvern. I guess I could do nothing but guards. Just skip the trap tile by doing a double warp. go. Mage, light axe, fire 2. We're starting to settle into a nice rhythm here for the grind. Again, probably at this one or the next one. I want to see if I can take on Blue D, grab the black shirt, the last ribbon, and maybe pick up some things for money. There is an opal shield right next to the ribbon. We get the adamant just to sell the Excalibur. And then upstairs further is Pro Cape, and not sure if I want to grab that yet. Pro Cape would be a really great item to have because it's more defense, but just increasing the danger. There's only 2 people alive at the end of Blue D that I probably don't want to go too far up. Maybe not even getting the adamant in the process. There we go. All right. Down we go again. Going all the way down here for guard. Can I grind Trap Tile with Mage Staff and 2 axes? It's the heal potions that you run out of eventually. So you got probably 2 to 3 heal potions worth of damage per round on the mummy fight. Maybe more. Yeah, maybe more like 4 or 5. So there's going to be a limit to how many you can do before you have to go back out and buy more heal potions. Perilous, you have the Pro Ring to block their squint move. So I'm not worried about the Perilous at all. But the overall situation more or less requires that you have to take a break at least periodically. This is the second floor guard. Yeah, we got 2 more first floor guards. And then Chimera. Ended up not working out taking the guards over the vampires. I guess it would have been only 2 vampires as well. It's the same formation, 2 to 5. So the rolls should be the same, no matter which monster I would have picked there. Hack him in a half. Alright, getting close. The really good thing about guards is they don't damage me much, so I can squeeze through this without worrying about my health at all. On the other hand, the gold is really, really bad. The vampires are excellent at gold, and guards are like the anti-vampires. Excellent for XP, well, equal to XP for vampires, but much easier to beat. And then really, really stinky for gold. Nightmare Batman versus Chimera. With low health, probably do Nightmare Batman. Look at that Lit 3 go. Look at that Lit 3 go. What do I need to get past Blue D right now? HP, so that we can survive Thunder. And maybe some luck. Fire 3, I think, is going to be the best way of damaging him. And if we get a good turn order, probably can kill him in 2 rounds, but we will lose 2 mages in the process of doing that. Maybe 1 mage in the process if he does a punch instead of the thunder. When do I get Ice 3? Right there. So level 20 is my my level for Ice. I'm gonna go ahead and get 1 more loop around. That'll get everybody up to 20. And what is my money situation looking like? 160. We should be able to get Ice 3s for everybody after this. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna get our level ups, we're gonna get the money for Ice 3s, and then at that point, you're basically just doing fundraising for the nukes. And that's gonna be 300 and... Is it 320,000? Or is it 64k per one? I don't remember if it's 64k or 80k per 8th tier spell. It's a lot. But the vampires will be plenty. We'll have enough levels of grinding that the nuke will be affordable by the time that I can actually cast it. Am I going to 2-turn the blue D? I mean, Fire 3 should be doing 80 to 100 damage per hit. So we get 6 of those in, and that'll kill it. The fun thing about the way this works is that all of my mages basically have all the spells, so if we have one person casting per round, we can have 4 people casting per round, and that is a lot of damage for how long the spell charges can last is really the limiting factor. There we go, 10,000 bucks for that as well, and starting to get my 20s for the rest of the people, I think. Is that everybody but Cal now that has gotten a level up? I believe that is everybody but Cal. Alright. Only 2 guards this time. I think we'll still do the lit 3s, at least until we run out of these. Might do more vampires to go here. With the Fire 3s now not being very limited for spell charges, I feel like I can get more aggressive with how I do these loops around. Ice 2 is the only one that I'm capped out on right now, and that soon is not going to be true. Once we have Ice 3s, the Wyvern Worm fight goes faster. Yeah, this party may be lacking a lot of things, but DPS on spells, if you have a monster that is not just like totally walling you on magic. Like Carrie has resistance to all 3 elements and really high magic defense, so you're doing little damage, but most monsters are going to have something that you can exploit for damage, and those will just be the best thing for this party to go and crush. I guess it's true pretty much, like, the bosses are going to be the hard part, except for Lich and for Kraken on their first forms. But carry and team out, then all 4 of the refights. Elemental damage is not going to do much. Carry refight with the Catclaw. I think carry refight will, the first time be done with nukes. The second time will be done with a fast at Massmune. Catclaw may have been a short-lived and poor investment opportunity. I'll hold on to it because I'm probably not going to need the money, and we can have fun with it later. But the Catclaw purchase, I definitely regret. Four Catclaws, we'd be doing 8 damage a round. Only 125 rounds in order to kill Tiamat. Tiamat 1. Take a little bit longer for Tiamat 2. Let's do Guard, Vampire, Guard, Chimera, or Nightmare Batman, depending on how the ending looks. With fast, I guess we would be doing 16 per round. That is a good point. 16 damage per round is definitely going to be enough. I mean, Chaos only has 2,000 hit points. That's barely more than 120 rounds. And back down we go. Alright, so I've been mostly using those guys from the back for their spell charges, so let's use you from the front. Last bits of Lit 3 to go. Actually, Bill's got a bunch of Lit 3s left. That's nice. That'll be enough for the remaining guard fights, no problem. How many times would Chaos cast Cure for it? Never. He would only try to punch Dan every round. Even if Dan is dead, Chaos will still try to punch him. We have not gone back to Blue D. Getting my Ice 3s for everybody first, and then we'll head on up there later. Disappointment. Only 2 vampires there. Two guards, and then one miscellaneous fight to go, either Nightmare Badman or Carabas, depending on what we want to fight. I really just feel bad about the misspelling that they have. Cerebus was like, it was a good try, but clearly incorrect for what they were going for. Okay, do I have a Lit 3 on you? Nope, it is Lit 2, and then Lit 3 at least is going to be good damage here. I don't know how they stun Cal and Dan. Hitting the mages in the back is a low percentage opportunity. And there we go, last guard fight here. 3 might as well use your Lit 3s instead of the Zeus and Thor. Do a little bit extra damage. Feel like we can do chimeras with this. Not worried about a triple cremate. One Chimera again. Twice in a row. Twice in a row I go for the Chimeras. If you get good Chimeras, in terms of quantity, it's a really good fight overall. But sadly, lone Chimera is not going to be enough to get Dan excited at this point. And there we go. Let's see. 200k. We are actually really close to level 21. Which will be our second Ice 3 charge. Does that encounter have a Chimera? No, that's only in Temple of Fiends where Chimera is. Chimeras at Mirage Tower are 1 to 3 Chimeras, and then at the Sky Castle it's only 1 Chimera by himself. And Temple of Fiends has 1 to 2 Chimeras plus... Yeah, 1 to 2 Chimeras plus 1 to 2 Chimeras. They're both 1 to 2. Hello, being persistent here. There we go. Usually the Ice 2s are enough. Alright, to Gaia we go. I'm gonna grab the Ice 3s here. We have 95 heals. So I probably don't need to bother restocking those quite yet. And we'll give it a crack at Blue D after this. Almost tempted to get Brack, but I don't think we're going to need it for Tiamat. Think we'll be good without it. There we go. All right. Back to Sky Castle. Or perhaps Sky Castle very first time, depending on how close you count the remains of Dan as they flew backwards from the Blue D's thunder. Is Brack poison or status? It is poison petrification. Brack and Bane are basically both the same thing, except for Brack is single targeted and works more frequently. Gonna get the adamant? I don't know. Depends a little bit on how much mages are left at the end of this. The more mages I have left, the further I'll want to go in the dungeon overall. We'll see if we can get our level up along the way. We know that anybody that survives Blue D probably gets the level up, because there's Guard Vampire Guard, Wyvern Worm before that, and then Blue D is like 1.8 Agamas or so. So it should be enough to push me over the top. Yeah, the reason that you'd want to get the adamant is just to make Excalibur and then sell it for 32,000 bucks. Does Brack work more often in Tibet? Yes. Bane's about 1 in 7, Brack's about 1 in 3. So Brack will work noticeably more frequently on her, but with 4 people doing Bane per round, I think that we'll get it not too long into the fight. Okay, there's 21. Well, I got enough spell charges, I might as well just kill everything along the way. Even if its Agama count is a mere 1. Normally at this point I'm only getting things that are 2.5 Agamas. Sometimes I go down to 1.5 Agamas if I'm trying to scrape XP up. But this is basically the only XP gathering this team is going to have, so might as well pick up anything that I would take in a regular trip through here. I think Blue D is mostly going to be about turn order. If we go first, for the most part, we will have enough damage in round 1 that we can take Blue D out in round 2. If Blue D goes early in the round, then, especially if he uses Thunder, we might run short. Minimum roll on Thunder. I have to think about that one. It might be for this party not having defense against it. 80? But most likely you're going to take a lot more, because you're going to get crit pretty hard. All right, here we go. Fire 3 strats. Got a good number of charges of these. All right, Cal goes first. He's one of the ones that would die to Thunder, so that's good to see. Nice. Everybody survives. Our extra magic defense really helped out there. So we have everybody into round 2. Now, Blue D can Thunder every turn if he wants to. So that is no sign of success, but we have enough damage into him now that I feel like, you know, we can kill at most 2 people here. We should be able to get him down. Now the question is, does everybody live? In this case, yes. The answer is yes. Heal potions all around. What's my armor situation look like? I got plenty of slots, so I can probably afford to grab Heal Helmet here. Let's see, we have just done Whipping Worm. This is gonna be Gurnaga for a bit. This is a good floor overall. Gurnaga normally is a good experienced monster, but we don't really have a good way of killing her right now. I think Heal Helmet is here. Pro Ring. There it is. Pro Ring we don't need, but we can sell that for 10 grand. Bane Sword I don't need because everybody's got Bane spells. Could maybe pick them up on the way back. Okay, there's the other Gurnaga. This floor is going to have Gurmadusa. The next floor is going to have Rockgall. I think we prefer to get neither. But it looks like it's going to be Gurmadusa. And one of them, it's only a half Agama. Let's pass. Alright. Evil Man Nightmare. Manicore. Evil Man Nightmare. Evil Man Nightmare. We got some time. Looks like we're going to be able to pick up everything here. But I don't want to warp back because we have... coming up the black shirt, which means I need to stay on this side instead of going back to the entrance. Does Ice 3 not kill a Nightmare? That's ridiculous. Did less damage than Ice 2 does on average. There's the expert, but we should have Evil Man down in this round. There he goes. Got 2 more Ice 3s for the Evil Man coming up. Nice, there's the rest of the 21s. I think that's all of them now. Yeah, everybody's got 21, so once we get out of here, we'll have 2 Ice 3s. Okay, ribbon there for Cal. There we go. I could throw away the silver bracelet. I was thinking I'm not going to have enough room for the black shirt and the white shirt, but that's not going to be a problem. And we're not going to get Pro Cape here yet. I'll get that later on. Lit 3s, I guess? Trying to think about what would be best for Manicores. This is another battle which, if you have weapons, is actually a good fight. With mages and spells, it's like, I'm not sure what actually is going to be all that helpful here. Lit 3's decent. Manicore HP is actually smaller than I thought, and that's why I used to pass him up, and now it's like, you might as well grab the Agama opportunity. That's 2 Agamas right there. They're another half Agama, a pop monster. So I've been thinking about how to incorporate those into speedrunning routes potentially in the future. Okay, there's Black Shirt. That's going to be Dan's new armor. And then we got White Shirt as well. And then those 2 spots are going to get filled up with Pro Capes later. So we're only going to have 1 heal helmet. That's probably okay. I think 1 heal helmet's going to be sufficient for most situations. We're nice strike first. Let's just use a whole bunch of Ice 2s here. Not at all worried about Evil Man timing now. That saves my Ice 3s for the next fight where we might not get as advantageous of a start. There we go. Still got him. You've already used up your Ice 3s, so you 2 have Ice 2s, and that means Cal and Dan have the remaining Ice 3s to go. If I stuck around, Gurnaga, not the best fight. Gurmadusa, on average, it's worse than most of the other encounters here for experience, and then the eyes, not bad, but that's a ways away, so we can probably just grab Adamant and run. There we go. Alright, successful first trip. We got what we came for. Let's have everybody use a warp. is a team warping exercise. There we go. 50k, once we sell these items, we'll be at, like 130? So we'll have most of our first 2 nukes done. Made it out. Alright. Let's go get our inventories cleaned up. I'll do the Excalibur forging here. Yeah, I think we want to get rid of that adamant from my inventory. Problem is I need to have cabins and houses. I guess if I kept the adamant for right now and bought tents, I get my heal potions in a good spot. Maybe I should do that. It's going to be a while before I don't need those cabins anymore. So we'll grab 1 tent here, restock on heal potions, and worry about cashing in that adamant at the very end. Who's got the stuff to sell? So Pro Ring can be sold, Opal Shield can be sold, and that is it. Still have Aegis Shield if I need some more money. There is another heal helmet to be picked up, but that is either heal helmet number 2 or getting white shirt. I can't hold both with the way this is laid out. And I think I prefer a white shirt overall. There's the tent. Alright, now we need to restock on heals. After this, it is... I mean, we could probably kill Tiamat at almost any opportunity, but the way I'm going to do it is to do a bunch of my Temple of Fiends grinding first. Probably get to the first round of nukes or so, which will be around level 26, or maybe 2 nuke charges at 27. Do Tiamat, then more grinding to get ready for Temple of Fiends, and that'll be... the bulk of that grinding is going to be tomorrow. So we'll probably end up with a little bit more grinding here to set us in a good spot. And then call it right around the 6 hour or so mark. We're still on pace to be under 10 hours, I think. I think it's going to be more like 9 to 10 hours, given the speed at which we've gotten to this part of the game. Okay, all that looks good. We have Heal Helmet and Heal Staff for healing in Temple of Fiends. White Shirt is pretty much for like the Kraken battle, where we're just trying to stay alive and hopefully getting less damage in the face. Might have to do the defense sword as well. It's gonna be very rough for Kraken. I think that one is gonna be probably the biggest obstacle overall. If we can get past Kraken, get that Masmune, then the second trip should go much better. Alright, there we go. Into Mirage Tower again. Soon we will have this grind path engraved upon our souls. Start with our lit 3s. Are we going to do Tiamat today? I think that I'm going to leave Tiamat for tomorrow. But we have to do grinding either way. It's just a question of whether you want to do the grinding now or later. The more that we do here, the easier the Tiamat trip is going to go. Because we have to do another pass of Blue D. Which the last one went pretty well. We'll have another ribbon for this one. Should be even better for the setup as a result. Climbing up the rest of Sky Castle is not too bad. I do want to grab the Pro Cape, hopefully in one go. Like we'll try to dodge around Tiamat while still picking that up along the way. Because I'm not getting the items in second floor I think I'll have plenty of steps to do the extra item acquisition for it. And so I don't see a reason to particularly rush for it. You know, just the trip up there is going to be inevitable once we get through the next couple levels. Up the third floor here. And when the second wyvern happens, that is my signal go back down. Oops, not lit 3. You guys want ice 3 for maximum damage. 2 ice 3s, 2 ice 2s should do it. I get black shirts now. But Dan has nothing else to do with his ice 2s. I still never bought fast. I'll buy fast before I stop for the night. That way I'm not going to forget to buy fast tomorrow. We're going to do one loop here, and then I'm going to buy fast. And that'll be the closing of the stream, is once we have the fast spells. Oh yeah, that Ice 3 works really well. Very happy with how those are going. It's less about Melmond and more about the Cat Claw, which I guess is a product of Melmond now that I think about it. Cat Claw clearly produced in Melmond. Uh-oh, Ace. Ace is in trouble here. See if we can keep everybody alive. I mean, 2 of Agama's worth of vampires is good, except for the fact that they ambushed us. Then it became a little bit more dangerous. Alright, we got him. We got him. Oh yeah, this is much nicer with my heal potions in a better spot. Be able to grind through that healing. That's why I didn't trade in the adamant, is because I was using that to position my heal potions in my item menu. Alright, more reasonable number of vampires, or a more reasonable start to the vampire fight at least. Then we'll get our wyvern fight for the last one up here. Start heading downstairs for the remaining of the battles. We get guard, vampire, guard, and then I'm going to take Nightmare Badman because I've learned my lesson. Chimeras are not to be trusted. I think the bulk of the value for the back Black Mages is going to be when they have 3 casts of Nuke. At that point, they'll be pretty much at their maximum utility value. And we'll see how we can get the last Black Mage in a good grind situation. I could do Eyes or Agamas. I mean, I could even do like these areas here, either Waterfall or this particular loop around with only one character. But it's just a matter of what's going to be the most efficient way. Now, when you are by yourself, you're getting quadruple experience, so the levels do go pretty fast. And once you hit, it's around 26, you'll get the leveling curve totally flat. So like every level is going to be exactly the same experience as the previous one, unlike most of the game where you're getting incrementally more and more per level up. So once it flattens out, that's when you can just decide how far you want to grind that one person and go to town. 12 nukes enough to get through. I need to get through once through Kraken 2. And then with Mazmune, Fast at Mazmune is going to be how we deal with the bosses the second time around. And so I really just need enough nukes for maybe Kraken 2 and Chaos. We'll have a Fast at Mazmune and however many nukes per round. It's going to be difficult to keep all 4 mages alive, since one of them is not going to have a ribbon. And that is pretty bad news against a lot of those fights, particularly Tiamat 2 is going to be rough in that case. What I did before, and I'm thinking about doing it again, is to actually petrify one of the mages before even entering into Temple of Fiends, and only soften them for chaos. That way they don't have to deal with the Banes. It's potentially a really embarrassing gamble. Like if it goes through and then the first thing Chaos does is cast Quake and kills the mage. And it's like, well, it's all for naught. But other than that, I find that having that fourth character when you can't revive them, they're going to be a big drain on your heal potions. You might as well have some technique to keep them alive. Just grab lit 3s. I think everybody else is good on them, though. Yeah, plenty of lit 3s all around for everybody else. Hey, Naster, welcome in. We're just wrapping up for today. We'll continue on the Four Black Mage adventure tomorrow. But I feel like we have made pretty credible progress. We're basically at the final grind, which is going to be a really, really long grind. And we'll do Tiamat at some point tomorrow in the middle of the grind to break it up. How many times have I finished this game? A lot. With many different variations of play. Yeah, we're definitely ahead of what my original estimates were. Like, I think it's now 9 to 10 hours total. And if it happens that we finish tomorrow with plenty of time left for the stream, I can always do some randomizer. There we go. And we got out of that 100k from our trip around. Do we have any warps left? Yes, there's one. Need more cabins, which we can get at Elfland. Also home of the fast spell. So go ahead and grab those nice Rankelos, letting us strike first. Lit 3, Ice 3, Lit 3, and Ice 3. Ice does more damage. Ice 3 does more damage than Lit 3. Lit 3 does more damage than Fire 3 for anything that's neutral. Because they actually tiered the third tier differently for all three of them. Normally it's just Ice is better than Fire and Lit Fire and Lit are the same. Up until that point. Ooh, that's a really good Lit 3. Gotta remember that Cal is good at those. Not actually anything specific about Cal, he just got lucky. I don't really think that times are significant for any of these challenges. It's a challenge run. It's about having fun with it rather than getting a competitive time. Alright, how many houses do I have? I have 16 houses left, so we have at least that many cabins we need. Let's get 15 cabins for right now. Be a good amount for getting our grind started tomorrow. Ten cabins down, 5 to go. Hey, Colin, welcome in. We're right at the very end of tonight's session, unfortunately, but we will be back tomorrow with more Four Black Mages until we finish this. I think it's going to be between 9 and 10 hours total. So hopefully tomorrow we get through the Tiamat stretch, the big grind, and then on to Chaos. Pass all around. There we go. into the inn. That is going to be where we have it for tonight. So 5:36:34.